Alright, we are started. If anyone's watching, hello, welcome. And if nobody's watching, then I'm talking to myself. Are we gonna declare this world like no rules or something?
His name's Fryboy, and he's our father.
Dad, I'm being chased by a witch.
Stop calling me names!
Ryan, you're gonna die. You killed my bird.
We are going to be building some houses on Minecraft, and I've got just a few tips and tricks for you today. Thank you for the follow. We are now at 50. Oh my gosh. Who's running the kill command? Let's have a name competition. Who can come up with the best world name?
King SMP.
King SMP? We'll call it Season 1. Last time was Season 0. Alright, maps generated, guys.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow. Let me push you over to 100 here. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. We got 100 friends, people.
Welcome everybody to the stream. We're gonna be doing a short little rocket stream, and there it goes. Look at it go, guys. There's the light. Little ball of fire going up in the sky.
So it's been 12 hours, guys. It's been a lot of fun. So this will be the final time I log off of King SMP Season 1. I'm just gonna try to go a couple thousand blocks away and set up base. All I do ask from the viewers is you give me space. Like,
Yo, I did it. Hey guys, we're back, and we are playing not Tiny SMP, wrong name. What are we calling it now? Cluttercraft. We're playing Cluttercraft SMP, and oh gosh, we hit 500 followers. Let's go. Oh my gosh! So, we're gonna be starting Cluttercraft again. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and playing and all that. King SMP is back. This is the third, technically fourth season. Who genuinely likes mac and cheese? Dude, it is the slimiest substance you can ever put in your mouth. Well, I don't like it when people put me. You breathe your last. You breathe your last, Gene. Eat that. It's over. It's over. That's it. We're eating. Thank you. Oh! Please hit me harder. Today is the day that we celebrate 1,000 followers on Twitch. Like, mind-blowing enough. But we're doing this for 24 hours straight. Today I get to say this is the 100th stream I have done on the SMP. It's not clickbait. On April 31st, 2024, I'll be hosting my last video. My favorite thing about what I do is I guess you guys. Hello? Okay, there it goes. It's kind of a little bit laggy, but I think we're good. Hello, everybody. How's it going? We are playing some... Can't hear anything. That's not good. And Swifty, you said ow, which makes me inclined to believe that it was way too loud. I did make it quieter. I can't even hear it. Hang on. Okay, so alert box, right? That's where it would be. It just didn't play there. What? Okay, but it did play according to this through desktop. Why did it do that? Okay, give me a second, guys. I'm going to turn it off, and I'm going to fix it. It was majestic, but very loud. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't even hear it come through. Well, Swifty, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Another tier 3. Let's go. It's been 6 whole months of, well, 5 months in a row. 6 whole months of subbing, though. Hello, Lady E. Good to see you. Hello, Swiftu. Congrats on going first, by the way. Hello, Pi. Hello, Flames. Good to see you guys. I am working on fixing it right now. But give me a quick second. Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I can hear it now. Give me a second. Let me throw a limiter on there, honestly. Okay, how about that? Does that work? That's better. Okay. Let me turn it down just a little bit more to be sure. And then I will unmute it for you guys. Okay, is that better? Or do I need to turn it up again? Okay. Okay, you can shut up now, thank you. Better? Worse? About the same? Very better? Okay. If it needs to come up a little bit more, I can. It looks like it undid whatever I did last time, so I apologize for blowing out your ears right at the start of the stream. It was popping up as full red on desktop audio, which is funny because I actually have a limiter put on that as well, which should stop it from peaking out too high, but I guess it didn't this time. So I don't know. I don't really know, to be honest. Anyway, thank you so much for subscribing, Swiftu. It's much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. See, that's good. Just sitting here eating some supper. Nice. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. You made it quieter. Why is it so much louder? That was louder than the first time. Also, hi King. Hey Flames, how's it going? It's been 12 months of subs. There was that 1 week period where it broke. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Okay. So over the course of the weekend, you guys may have missed it. There's this really big tournament that's out now. And it's called MCCR. And we made an application. And, I think we have a decent enough chance at it. So if you guys want to check it out, !MCCR3 and chat will bring you right there to it. Just click the link, check it out, maybe drop a comment on there and show some support. It would be much appreciated, but we're also just glad to have you here with us today. My throat's already getting dry. You know it's going to be a good night when that happens, right? So we're just gonna come back home really quick, and I need to adjust my settings. I was taking some screenshots for the application. Was it yesterday that I was doing that? I don't remember. It may have been a couple days ago. I can't sleep there. Okay, let's go to the village instead. But we wrapped up everything like 30 minutes before deadline last night, and you know what? It wasn't a bad time. I was really glad to get the experience with my team. You know, I hadn't met 2 of them before this, and and you know, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I'm happy with my team. We wrapped it up like 3 hours before the upload. I'm talking about the upload. It wasn't uploaded until literally 30 minutes before closing. But outside of that, yeah, like we wrapped up the editing 3 hours beforehand, which is crazy that it took that long to get all that stuff finished, but it was good. It was good regardless. Really, really excited though. I think we've got a good chance of being in the event, but again, regardless of that, we learned a lot. I learned a lot about some editing techniques from Cape, and I learned a little bit of music stuff from Sloth. Swiftu, you and I, we got a good amount of talking in, so you know, I feel like I know you a little bit better than I did before, and I also learned that there's a lot more to this competition than what I originally thought. You know, let's see, apps are due at 2. I submitted at 12:38. I thought it was 2 Eastern time. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong on that, but I don't know. We were dealing with 3 different time zones, honestly, so it's confusing. It's confusing as heck trying to figure all that out. Hello, Goober. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Let me get some candy out. I don't actually have candy. I have sugar, but... Well, do I have sugar? Uh-oh. Give me a second. I gotta clean off my desk a little bit here. We might... Oh, I got one. Okay. Give me 1 second. Just yeet everything across the bed. Okay. I got this packet of sugar. It's got your name on it, basically. So, let me choke it down really quick. Sources have told me there's around 500 applications. Oh, goodness. Well, I mean, okay. At the very least, we know about 100 was posted on the last day, just from me counting, like, maybe a couple of hours before we were completely wrapped up with what we were doing. It was about 95 submitted on the last day. So, I feel like we're doing at least decent. Our odds look good. I counted 222 total today, but someone said there's a playlist with 500. I'm wondering if maybe there's people that are keeping theirs unlisted, but you can still like see them due to, you know, the link being out there. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure if it's a bluff or just stupid. I don't know. I mean, maybe, and maybe it has all the MCC Rising applications from all time. Or a lot of them anyway. I know there was a lot of MCCR application playlists, but most of them actually didn't ever include the one we made when I went to actually check them out, because I was like, is this actually a full list or not? And I'm talking about last time around. They made a bunch of playlists, and it's just like I have yet to see mine in this list. Now there might be more, I don't know, but it's gonna be interesting to see how many there actually are. I don't know if they keep statistics on that data or not, but I hope they kind of do. I made it to another stream, yippee. Hey, Zelix, how's it going? I'm gonna go ahead and take this sugar now for you, Goober. It's so good. So good. Sugar. It's just like sand, but a little bit sweeter. The number is closer to 350. I would say that's probably accurate, yeah. Because, like, I mean, 100 being posted in the last day is crazy. That is the thing about it. There's a crazy amount that was posted on the last day. I think probably the truth of the matter is your first and last day are probably going to be your heaviest days in terms of uploads. So you probably had 50 rushed ones on the first day that probably aren't really all that great. I haven't really looked at any, but that's but you know, I can't really comment on it too much. When I actually take a look at some, hopefully tonight or tomorrow, I'm gonna try to get a good percentage on it. Maybe do like I might look through maybe 50 of them or so, and you know, see how many I like and how many I don't like, and how many I think would get accepted, and then try to do a game of odds based off of that. We'll see. We'll see. I would like to, but I'm just so busy. I've been working on some King SMP stuff in the background. Today was the first day I've been able to do that in a while. If you were on the Discord yesterday, you may have seen in the miscellaneous area of my Discord that I have put out a suggestion thread for a content creator Discord server I'm in the works on. And if you are a content creator and would like to kind of help with that, I would be very much appreciative if you would join the Discord, !Discord and chat. It's currently my community Discord right now, but I'm going to have a link in there once the server is up and ready to join the content creator server instead. So if that's something that interests you, go over there, hang out for a little bit, and I'm open to suggestions, that's for sure. I've been working on King SMP today, though, and I saw, Flames, you had mentioned that you were looking forward to the Season 2 world download. I can say it is on its way. I have not forgotten about it. I've been dreaming about working on that basically all of this week, but haven't been able to due to, I would say, pretty obvious reasons now. MCC Rising application really took a lot of time, but since that's all done now, it's kind of like I've got so much more free time. So basically the order of operations right now is I need to finish up, posture check in a dab and a hydrate. Thank you, Earth Hydra, much appreciated. Here's your hydrate. And then here's your dab. And with the posture check already in place, I think that catches me up there. But basically the order of operations for what I'm up to right now is we need to finish up the upgrades to King SMP this season. We need to finish up the upgrades for this season of King SMP, which shouldn't take too long, honestly. We should be actually relatively quick on that. It's kind of going to be one of those things, I download the current world, I move it over to the new server, I update everything after that's all said and done. That should have it covered. However, if that doesn't, then, I'm probably in some trouble. But good news, I should have some help for that. I've also checked up on my staff today. I don't know how many responses I've gotten, but I'm getting a head count on who's all helping with this. I'm calling it a relaunch. I don't really know if that's what I should be calling it, but that's what I've been calling it. But who's going to be available to help this this next half of the season? Once we got that all together, then it's kind of just a thing of seeing who's willing to help and where. I've got one application form in the process of being built, so it's going to be about quest staff. So if you guys want to be a part of the quest team, that'll probably be coming out sometime this week for you guys. I'd like to get a second application out as well at some point to try and you know, start filling in those staff roles somewhat soon. And you're welcome to apply to more than one of them. Like, you know, apply to as many things as you guys want. Ideally, we're gonna just try to fill up the most important ones first, though, and then, you know, slowly make our way to the lesser tasks. I say lesser. There is no part that's, like, less than the rest, I would say. But there are definitely some that are more important. If that makes, like, any sense at all. They're bringing back Builder Team Quest. I'm done, my bad, no problem. Yeah, I'm gonna be trying to bring back a quest team, basically. It's just kind of about who's leading what and, when. You know, quests at their current point right now are basically either going away or I need somebody to go through and redo them all. But, it's really hard to get the second one to happen because there is a lot of quests. But when Minecraft updated to 1.20. Was it 6? 1.20.6? It basically broke all of that stuff that we set up. So we're not able to actually, you know, update our server until we either do away with quests or until we update the system. And I'm not sure if we're gonna update the system at all. The hope is that we can, or that we can slowly roll that out over the course of next half of the season, basically. But it's unlikely. I'll be honest, it's unlikely. The longer I go on, the more I'm thinking we might just have to do away with them. The builder team is supposed to come back as well, because they're going to be a big part of what we're doing, I think, in this next era of King SMP Season 3. We're going to be doing a lot more with you talking about MCC stuff? A little bit, yeah. I'm talking about King SMP and MCC a little bit. We spent so much time on MCC stuff that now I've got some extra time on my hands. I'm hoping I can kind of work on the server a little bit more. We're gonna kind of do another breath of life on it and push some updates, hopefully in the coming months. So we'll see. I'd like to get it all done, ideally before MCC Rising. Especially if we're in it. If we're in MCC Rising, I'm basically going to work like there's no tomorrow. In order to get everything wrapped up on that front. Because I want the server to basically be our community hub, in a way. So it'll kind of be one of those things you'll see, like, me doing a lot of fast changes that I usually wouldn't. But it'll have to happen because, you know, I've got a lot that needs to be done. And so that's why I'm trying to rush it out now, because I don't want to have to rush it out when I'm going to be probably busy practicing and such. We'll see. I'm not going to promise anything necessarily, but I think, you know, King SMP especially right now is kind of my priority. It's got so much potential, and I've been blowing a lot of it off. Like, it's time for me to actually take some responsibility and do some stuff. I need to take this over this way. And, hopefully, we'll need to grab more shulker boxes, I guess. I should have more somewhere anyway. Let me catch up here on chat. I'm super close to finishing my first real mega build. So many applications are the same thing. 4 people in a room, no personality, giving some info about them and their favorite game, that's it. And then unique ones with decent ideas aren't particularly great, aka they suck. Question, what are you guys talking about? I missed a lot of stream. So we're talking about King SMP updates and MCC Rising. MCC is Minecraft Championship. They're offering a opportunity to creators who aren't in the Minecraft Championship on a regular basis to compete in their events. I've got a team that we put together not too long ago, literally just a few days ago, and we quickly recorded and edited all of our stuff and posted it yesterday, and we're just kind of waiting to see if we're in the event or not. We'll see. We'll see if we are, but I'm hopeful. Let's see. By the way, I would just like to say thanks for inspiring me to do as much as I have with this build. Absolutely, man. I'm happy to help. I like seeing people's builds, and so it's cool seeing you picking up some extra builds to, you know, mess around with. I saw your first attempt at a tree. I thought it was, you know, decent. But I saw your second tree, and I was pretty impressed. You've improved a lot already with your tree, which is crazy. And just from what I've seen here and there, it looks really, really good. Okay, put those here. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm all caught up. I wanted to rate all apps 1 out of 10 on personality and video protection, but it wouldn't work with only me because there would be so many with a similar score, etc. Yeah, I was going to do a lot of stuff very similar to that as well. I'm actually trying to tier them based on like A tier, S tier, B tier, you know, so on and so forth. And I've only gotten through 1, but it was kind of bad. So I had a hard time watching, but you know, I will say this much. There are a lot of good ones, and I know that there are. Before I was trying to kind of rate them and put them in a tier list. You know, I did watch 1 or 2 that were like really good. So I think you know, there's a pretty good what's it called? Pretty good chance for us, I think, at least. I do think this is gonna be my last mega build for a little bit. It's fun but draining, and these last details are the best bits. Yes, I can definitely relate to that. Whenever I finish a mega build, I have to do something small afterwards just to kind of replenish my energy. Hey Raiden Red, how's it going? Good to see you. 2 years, 10 months, and 22 days. Oh man. Has it really been that long? That's crazy. I remember when you had started the Red Nation in, King SMP Season 0. So it's crazy to believe that it's been almost 3 years now. Wow. I was eyeing that stream time since this morning. I was like, I haven't dropped by here in a hot minute, so why not? Fair enough. Well, it's good to see you. Yeah, we've been chilling, so got a lot done this week, and I'm hoping to get a lot done today as well, since we've got so much more coming up. Okay, I really should move all this down, but I'm kind of lazy, so I won't. What other plans have you got for Season 3? Probably, events, mostly. That's kind of like our big push, I think, for next year. Or, not next year. Well, I guess next year, yeah. I mean, this year and next year. We're going to be trying to bring back events in their entirety, or at least some form. And, you know, that'll bring back activity for, like, what, 1 day a week? Which is fine. Or 1 day a month, even. But my hope is that we're also going to have, like, month-long events as well. That kind of feed into the events as well. So we'll probably do something to the extent of a build project that everybody can contribute to, at least in some way. Whether that be, you know, they get resources, or if they're there to bring their talents, you know, that kind of stuff. And then I'd like to also incorporate events into it as well. We'll see if that happens, but I don't know. It'll kind of be one of those things, you'll build the event venue, and then the event that month will kind of take place, and it'll just kind of keep happening like that. It'll also give me something to do for a break from my build if I need it. Let's see. Since then, I've got a whole job, became a whole school athlete, and half of my friends are off to college. So, oh no. Oh no, that's rough. Well, you know, that's... Oh wait, hang on, that's crazy. Just in that short time period, so much growing up has happened, like... Wow. I mean, I think it's always crazy to look back at just me, and I never really thought about it, but for you guys have grown up too. I mean, that's insane. Let's see, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it, Dorito. It's finally finished. I'll post the results in Discord, and again, I could not have done it without you and the community helping me out and inspiring me. Well, I appreciate you feeling confident enough to ask us and then show us still. I mean, it can be a little bit, not necessarily intimidating, but I can't think of the right word, but, you know, bringing your build up to people in the public and go like, hey, can you, like, let me know what you think? Because you never know if people are going to be nice or not, and I have mad respect for you even asking. Like, that was... I'm glad to have helped. Let's see... I've been in your streams longer than I've known most of my friends. Now that is crazy. That is crazy. I mean, now I think about it, I've gotten most of my friends from streaming, so I've been streaming longer than I've known most of my friends too. Like, I know a couple of my friends. I've known a couple of them for like half my life, but that's interesting. That is really, really interesting now. I mean, and some of them I've met in real life now too. And I'm hoping to see them again soon. I don't know exactly when, but soon. Sooner rather than later. Let's see. I just upgraded my CPU and got a new heat exchanger so I can hop on a bit. Hey, let's go. That would be awesome. That would be really, really awesome. I need to actually probably get a new cooling system put on my PC, honestly. Because my current one is kind of slow. It's, I have an AIO, an all-in-one cooling system there, and, you know, it does liquid cooling, but I think the pump is either the pump is going bad, or the, there's too much dust in it. Either of those two. It might be a mixture, honestly. But it doesn't cool like it used to, and when I'm trying to render things at full speed on, like, DaVinci Resolve, it crashes because it overheats. So I need to, I really need to try to get a new cooling block on there or something. I honestly might just go with a air cooling method and see if it works any good for me, because there's no reason to go liquid cooling anymore. They're about the same, to be entirely honest. Gosh, there's like a little hair on the edge of my nose, and it's kind of making me itchy and need to sneeze. Okay, that's a little bit better, I think. Are you on like season 6 now? I'm actually still on I'm still on season 3. We've had this server for 1.5 years now, which is insane. So we did season 0 for like a month, season 2 for 3 months, season 1 for a year, and then this season's been going on 1.5 years, which is incredible. And now, admittedly, like, you know, not very many people do play on this server right now, but like I said, we're gonna try to fix that. What I've kind of learned over the course of my time owning a server is no matter how many times you reset it, the problem always remains the same. So why put a band-aid on it when it's only going to fix the problem for like 2 weeks, you know? So I'm hoping that this will kind of fix it all, hopefully. Maybe we can, you know, hopefully we can sort of fix it with events, I think. I would like to, anyway. Had to find my Twitch password, but I'm back. Hey, welcome back, Flames. I got like a giant exchanger. It's got like a bazillion fins. I'll show you in Discord in a second. Oh, okay. That would be good. I've seen a couple. My older brother just recently built a PC, and it has like these huge tubes on it with really big fins, and it's got like, I want to say 4 fans on it as well. It might be only 3. I don't remember. But it's like, it's a pretty beefy one, honestly. That's another thing I need to do. I just need to also get some case fans, because I think part of it is like my PC gets so hot just because it's all self-contained. And so like right now, I just keep my PC propped open all the time. And that seems to do the job okay. But I'd really like it if I didn't have to. I also need to get storage upgrade. I'm basically looking at needing a whole new PC. Minus the GPU, CPU, and motherboard. But even then, I think the motherboard is starting to... or no, I'm sorry. I think the CPU is probably starting to wear down, I think. But I'm not 100% sure on that. I know I have seen a ton in this season, but the farthest my mind can go to is you building the first tower. I remember the raid farm. Oh, wait, the raid farm on Cluttercraft or the raid farm on this server? I mean, there was 2 raid farms on Cluttercraft, but if you popped in, you would have been Cluttercraft Season 2. I mean, you may have been there for that even, I don't know. I'm talking about this server? Okay. Yeah, we built that, it would have been day 2 or 3 of this server, I think. So you've been here for pretty much almost all of, this season, which is pretty cool. Not a lot of people can say that. I'm hoping tonight to get our first staff application form done. So I'll go ahead and like reiterate a little bit just in case some of you guys weren't here for it. I'm basically trying to bring back King SMP to its former glory, you know, kind of like rebirth it is kind of the relaunch. And we've got to bring in more staff to basically sustain ourselves, because Unreal was doing it all, but I wouldn't wish his schedule upon anybody. Like, it was pretty bad. So I'm hoping that this year, honestly this month, I can kind of go ahead and start upgrading some people to a higher position. I know Pi has talked a lot about it, and he's ready to kind of step in and fill in some roles. So he'll very likely, you know, be able to either announce something himself, or I will announce it for him, depending on how he wants to proceed, about what role he'll be taking on. And alongside that, it should be honestly overall better for the server. Depending on what role he takes, even, it'll probably be a quick change that you'll see as well. If he picks something obviously like the quest team, it'll be a little bit before you guys start seeing those changes implemented, because it's going to require rebuilding the whole system, basically. Which is a mess in and of itself. But, you know, it's not the worst thing. But I guess I can kind of share the staff roles, because I did those on stream. We're gonna be doing basically a builder, which is a staff role. There's several levels to it, basically, to kind of explain it. So there's like a helper, a leader, and then there's like that mid-tier who's like actual staff, but they're not like lead. It's like they're kind of like your, you know, your plain people. So with builder, it's kind of like, it's really just one person is like a leader of sorts. And then there's like one guy, he's like the guy that you kind of go through when you're acting as a builder, so that we can kind of keep our build consistent. That's kind of his idea. And so the plan right now is kind of like get the most important application forms done. That way you guys can start applying and filling in our jobs that we're, you know, in need of. I shouldn't say jobs, because that makes it sound like we're not paying anybody. This is volunteer work. Maybe one day it would be really cool to do that one day, but we're not making money really. Maybe one day. I'd really like for King SMP to actually, you know, start bringing in some dollars, though. I've been thinking of starting up a Patreon for it, maybe, and then I would kind of like to do a little bit of a split with the moderators on it after I pay for the server, basically, that they get a, you know, a portion of the funds, because I think it's only fair if you're working on the server so much, you do deserve, you know, a little bit here and there. Let's see, I'm gonna take the granite out, but it's gonna not be promised. Basically, it's gonna be a gift kind of deal. You know, at the end of the year, you'll get your bonus or whatever, and that's good. Let me see what's going on in chat here. We're renewing our vows. Yeah, you know, that's actually kind of a good way of putting it. We are renewing the vows that we originally said for the server. You know, it's come a long way, but we're a little bit off target, and I think that's just part of it. Is we lost our way, and that's kind of me with streaming in general. Was I kind of lost my way? I started going through the motions instead of doing it because I liked it. Which now that I'm aware that that's what I was doing, I'm kind of doing better. I think I've caught myself, you know. Let's see. I want to catch up on everything. I built it a lot quicker than I thought I would. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'd say it's a good thing, honestly. You were prepared for the long haul, but it took less time, so it's you know, it's not as bad. You were prepared for something longer, and you're not burnt out because you were thinking it was going to be a really short build, you know. Okay. There we go. I'm excited for it. You can get ready to see me applying for them all. So the boss and his lackeys who give orders, and then the people who do things. Yeah, basically. So, like, for builder, it's kind of like, hey, I've got this plan. I need people to help with it. And, you know, then normal players can actually build. But the person that's going to be in charge of making sure those builders are, you know, trustworthy and all that, that's going to be the build team leader. And their job is primarily to be sure that, like, you know, things are built up for the event if there's an event that needs a build venue. You know, it's going to be one of those things where they're in charge of, you know, setting up spawn areas. You know, just in general server architecture and the like. So hopefully that'll be, you know, a good one to have at some point. Outside of that, obviously, we need just general people who know how to do quests, which is going to be a whole task in and of itself. I don't think anybody just knows how to do quests, so I might have to grab somebody who's willing to take time to learn and basically rebuild it all. But we'll see how long that takes. That's an optional role, honestly. We might not even mess with it. And then the biggest one that I really need is somebody to run events. And that one's a really big one because it requires you to have a pretty good knowledge base on commands in general on Minecraft, because the way we do events a lot of times has to do with like command blocks, plugins, you know, that kind of stuff. So it's kind of a to me it's gonna be a question of if we can, we'll do it, but I would like to have events come back in their, you know, full into their full glory, because we had some really incredible events when we first started this season, and then we just kind of couldn't keep up with them anymore because, well, it's tough. When Unreal was the only guy working on those events and those quests and pretty much everything, it's tough to stay motivated to even come back. So, you know, it's going to be just dependent on how many people we have, because I don't want to burn out anybody. And so it's going to be, that's what these roles are basically to do, is to stop people from overworking themselves, you know? Hit them with the Where is Waldo events. I think we had one of those. Yeah, we sort of did. It was a it was kind of, I can't remember if it was the Easter egg hunt or if it was if there was a gift hunt. I don't remember what it was exactly, but you basically took screenshots of everywhere you found a head, and then, you know, you'd send it to Unreal, or you tell him where you found each one, and he would just count them up to make sure you got a certain amount, and then he would basically pick out whoever found the most. And they got a prize. But honestly, a Where's Waldo event couldn't actually be that bad, because we could actually build something like that pretty easily. I mean, we have NPCs, so I don't know. I'll have to think about that. There's an idea there. I'd be down for something like that. I wouldn't be able to be on all the time, but I've got more consistency now. I can stick around. I definitely get people being busy, because I'm even busier now, and I want I really want to do more with you guys, especially since I'm getting ready to go get a job soon-ish, hopefully. You know, I want to make sure I maintain our community feel, at least. And we'll see if that happens or not, but I think that's the big thing that I kind of forgot about, is you gotta work on community. That's a must. Without community, what am I even doing, you know? King Jobnog. Oh my gosh. I sort of know. I stared at the code for like 5 hours. It's just slamming the info in a format. It's not the hardest thing as it looks. Yeah, it's not hard. It's just like it's tedious because you've got like 100 quests or so, and you've got to redo all of the NBT data, and yeah, swap that over to a new data set, which is kind of annoying. Let's see. I did some monthly events. Oh, wait, hang on. I remember a server with good events I did some building and planning for. They did some monthly events with holidays and a ton of mini games, like a Grinch sim, a parkour PvP, hide and seek, all slammed into one. And then points for each event, whoever had the most wins. It was a Halloween and Christmas one. Okay. Yeah, I have a lot of events I'd like to do anyway. We've got one that I'd like to do where we're gonna basically have like a building event. So, or not a building event, but a monthly project. That is gonna be kind of like a big build. And so that's like an opportunity for my two teams to collide a little bit. You know, the build team and the event team. And they'll basically be able to work together and, you know, put together something pretty cool. But on top of that, I like it so that normal players could even contribute a little bit to the build, ideally. And then, you know, from that event, you know, we're gonna build like a town or something. And then after the town is completely built, we're gonna play a game in it. And the game will be, it'll be like I'm trying to think of the right way to describe it. But it's gonna kind of be a zombie invasion kind of game. And I think it'll be cool. I think it'll be cool. I don't know all the mechanics that are gonna go behind it, but I would like to anyway. Let's see. Can you guess what I do? I basically do advanced babysitting and make sure people don't die. Sounds like you might possibly work in a nursing home. Which if so, mad respect to you. I don't do well with old people. Weirdly enough, you know, as an old person, I don't like old people. Let's see. Running a server would need a lot of free time. Yeah, luckily we don't actually do any actual modding. We do, like, plugins, but outside of that, that's, like, you know, that's easy stuff. You can configure that really easy. Okay, okay, am I lagging? No. Okay, good. This is stone, so it'll go up here. But yeah, if we were actually running like real mods, oh man. This server would have so much lag. I'd be so concerned. Let's see. I'll send a screenshot of the map that I ended up making for the Grinch sim and hide and seek map. I love building like towns and things, like just making up towns and buildings, roads, and deciding where buildings goes and what should go where. Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. I can certainly enjoy it as well. I haven't done it in a really long time because it's hard to do for streaming, at least for me. But I do like to do like city planning and stuff with Minecraft. It's fun. I think Zelix means like modding is in mods like people. Oh yes, that can also, that's a pretty big time commitment. Here's your hydrate pie. And that's the other thing. We just need people in general to, you know, be able to see like, you know, if somebody's cheating. Like that's a big one. especially as of recent. You know, it's just been me basically, and so I have to wait until break to check on them. Now, luckily, Pi, you've been here for a little bit, and you've been able to go and look at a lot of them, which is really, really helpful. So I appreciate that. That's been it's been a huge help to what we've encountered so far. Okay, people on the West Coast already lag enough. We mods would kill them. Oh man, yes, it would be so bad. Yeah, luckily I think soon-ish we should kind of fix it, hopefully. I don't know. I'm hoping it'll fix. If not, I'm gonna be really sad. Hi for the server preserver. I love that title. That is good. Sorry, I did not mean for that confusion. Like, I would be fine being a mod for a server. Fine. Fun, just I don't think I would ever have the time for it. And that's honestly, like, why I don't ever become mod for a lot of people. Is I just tell them, like, I don't have time. And it makes me sad, because I want to help my friends. I want to help other streamers and such. But I just know I don't have time, and I also get why you guys don't have time either. Which is why I'm going to try to have a pretty good group of mods if I can. Just because I know it's taxing to be on all the time. But it's hard to just give yourself a break when you know that you're the only person who's gonna do anything about it, you know? We used to have actually too many mods. That was a lucky position to be in, but it wasn't lucky given the people either. So like, I would say, you know, it's nice to have mods, that's for sure, but I'm also super careful about picking them, which is why we haven't picked up any more right now. You know, it's uh-oh, I forgot. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna try to rattle my brain for that. It's gone. That's concerning. Right now all I can do is devote time to the server. I'm too young to get a job in Cali. Oh no. That's okay. That's okay. And you know, I appreciate it. Like, you could be spending your time on other games or other servers, but you still choose us, which is awesome to me. Man, I'm tired. I've been up so late the past couple of nights. I finally just chose to sleep in today till like noon. It was nice. It was very, very nice. I'm gonna be trying to sleep a little bit earlier tonight if I can. Just because of the past couple of nights alone. It's been rough getting in and out of bed. Like last night, it was so late by the time I finally was like actually able to go to sleep, because I went to watch something with my brother. Him and I try to watch something every night, if we can. And I decided, I was like, oh yeah, we'll watch something tonight, and then I'll go to bed. By the time I finally got to go to bed, it was like, I want to say it was like getting close to 4 in the morning. It was like, dude, this is awful. So I'm glad tonight I can just kind of go to bed like at a reasonable hour. By the way, I'm a lifeguard. Okay, I see. Also, I don't know if I told you, but yes, TNT duping is fine. You're able to do that. At least for tree farms, cobblestone farms, you know, those kind of things. Farming with TNT dupers. I can't remember if I told you an answer on that or not. Let's see, I might get VIP this stream or next. Nice, let's go. That's gonna be exciting. I know you've been grinding for that for a while now, so... yeah, I can go to bed early and not spend 10 hours editing and calls. Yeah, I think we're all looking forward to that. I mean, you guys are all great. My whole team for MCC is great, but I also would like to sleep. That feels really nice. Okay, I'll get VIP eventually. Already got almost 15k. Hey, nice. I wish Twitch would let you have VIP and mod. Because I just know, like, before long, you're gonna have mod on Twitch. Like, I know that for certain, like, unless you just really don't want it. In which case, that's fine. But, I mean, you're here for, like, every single stream, and, you're already modded in another place, so it just makes sense to keep staff size the same, but delegate the jobs. But the worst part is, like, if you get VIP, then, like, it goes away after I mod you, and it's like, that's not fair. You should be able to keep it. Are you the most pro? Yes. Yes, I am. I am the proest of all pros. Can I have an autograph? Can I have some items? Bruh. Usually I recommend everybody just grind, like King Pronog. I recommend... Can I spell? Playing the game. TBH. Oh, he left. Wow. Wow. Who would have known not giving somebody the handouts that they want would make them leave the game? It's not like they would have done that anyway. Pros not having it. We get so many people like that where they'll join the game and then they want to leave right after you give them items or something. It's like, I'm not giving you like full diamond gear. You gotta work for it. That's the only reason you play Minecraft anyway. Most of these guys who do that, like, they're not even here to, like, they're not here to, they're not here to, like, build anything, so I'm not gonna give you anything, because you're just gonna leave immediately. You'll realize you have nothing to do. Yeah, pick up the rest of these items here. This kid was asking for handouts from Derek. Got netherite and left. Honestly, might roll him back. Hasn't been back since then, too. Honestly, it's kind of worth it to roll him back, yeah. I wonder how fast people like that would leave RuneScape. Oh my gosh. That would... it would be very quick. Very, very quick. I do not, play RuneScape anymore, but I played a little bit of, old school RuneScape. I didn't make it very far into it. kind of ran out of time, but I enjoyed it. It was a good time. Let's see. I mean, I enjoy modding, so yeah, I'd be down A. Let's go. Okay. Oh, you guys sent me a couple of DMs. I need to quickly pull those up. Otherwise, I will forget to even look at them. Just give me like a quick second here. Ooh. Okay. That's a pretty cool town, honestly. Like, you could do a lot with that. There are a lot of good hiding spots, too. We did, hide and seek in Unreal's base once. Ooh, okay. That is a pretty beefy heat exchanger, though. Goodness. Goodness, I just got a chance to look at that, Raiden. That's... yeah, that's pretty big. Okay, I should probably go to... what's it called? The end farm. Barely fits in the case. Yeah, it looks like it. I'm kind of surprised it does, to be entirely honest. Safe to say no overheating anytime soon. Yeah, for sure. You're safe now. I mean, honestly, it might even just cool your whole room down. It used to be that my PC was actually blowing out like room temperature air. Like, I would argue it felt even colder, but it was just because it was moving air. But it felt cooler just because of that than the whole room around me. But it's like it was awesome. I miss having a PC that could keep up like that, but either the programs are getting more demanding or my hardware is starting to fail, or somewhere in the middle there. And it makes me very sad. It makes me very, very sad. Oh, so that's why my room gets so cold. Man, I wish I had that issue. It gets so hot in here. I'm always sweating through like my my jeans. And I mean, admittedly, that's my fault for wearing jeans. It probably wouldn't be as hot in here if it weren't for that. But like, I can't sit on this chair with like shorts either. Cause leather, it's not even real leather, it's fake leather. It just doesn't feel right on my my bare legs, you know? Like even right now, I don't even like my arms touching it too much. I could barely play Counter-Strike anymore, my hands get way too cold. Oh my goodness. I have a friend who, whose hands always get cold, and I think somebody finally bought her, gloves. Like gaming gloves, so that way her hands aren't as cold. If not, somebody does need to, because it's hilarious, honestly. It's hilarious to me. I used to need gloves while gaming. I never got them, but my hands would hurt just from how cold it would get in the room. And like they turn like red, and then you know, my joints would start hurting really bad. I was like, man, I can't even game, it's that cold. I think at one point in time I put a blanket over top of them, so I had a blanket on top of my hands and keyboard, and that helped a little bit. I should really have just sucked it up and bought the gloves, though. My room gets so hot, but I enjoy it because I'm British and it's cold all the time. That's fair. That is fair. I can respect it. And I mean, your guys' houses, aren't they built to like retain heat because of the harsh winters? I seem to remember it's basically, yeah. There's a lot of places there. Oh, hi Swifto. They're basically built like without cooling in mind entirely. I mean, a lot of the newer places are because of the heat waves recently. They've been pretty awful, but a lot of places don't even have an AC. I'm not using the old items in my chest, and I'm going down to the mines for fun. Mr. Handouts. Gosh. And my, yep, they're built to keep in heat, and my room has a lot more insulation in the floor mainly, so it gets way hotter in here. Oh, goodness. I could never. I really could never. I mean, my PC right now, let me see what the CPU is running at. CPU is running at 68 Celsius, which would be hot. What is 68 Celsius in Fahrenheit?
The answer is 154 degrees.
154 degrees coming out of my PC. Now, I mean, it's not coming out purely 154 Fahrenheit, but you know, it's hot enough that it's like it's probably coming out at, let me see. Other side. It's coming out at about I would argue that's about 75, 80 degrees. And I mean, I'm not running at my hottest right now either. I could up the render distance, or depending on how long depending on how long the stream goes tonight, it'll get hotter as well. When it gets too hot, I stick my head in the mini fridge. No. I don't get people joining and then asking for items. Like, you're literally without purpose in the game. What's up? Oh my. Why? What? Thank you? I think? I'm gonna go put these in the shulkers really quick. Hey, Courtney, how's it going? Okay. He's got a whole bunch of villager heads. Yay. He just gave you his trophies? That's crazy. That is crazy. Ah. So anyway, we'll ignore the fact that you just threw me a whole bunch of heads. You know, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh man. I'm trying to think. See ya, chat, I gotta go cook. Alright, sounds good, Raiden. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the meal. See, and thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. Don't worry, you'll forget about it soon. That feels ominous. Almost like a threat, you know? Hang on, I gotta answer this text. Okay. And then I wanted to check on something. So, what does lurk do? So lurk basically just tells me that you've got the stream open, but you're not gonna be actively talking in chat. So it's just kind of a way to say like, hey, I'm here, I'm watching, I'm supporting, but I'm not, you know, I'm not actively participating, I guess. I guess that's probably the best way to say it. Leaving forever, bye. Okay, see ya, dude. It's not, it's just a joke about your developing dementia. Yeah, I'm gonna open that box up on Friday and I'm gonna be like, what? When did these villager heads get here? So we posted a video on the YouTubes about MCC, and we're applying and all that. Just want to quickly check, make sure I've replied to everything that needs to be replied to. Okay, I've replied to everything that needs replied. There is one guy on there that I'm like halfway debating on whether or not I want to even give him any attention. But I don't know. I'm leaving forever. Bye. This is gonna be our new copy pasta. What was I saying? But yeah, there's this guy on my YouTube channel, and I don't even know why he hangs around, but he's basically like my only hater, I guess. I don't know, but occasionally he'll just leave like the most unhinged comments or just try to bully me or whatever, and it's like, why? For what reason? I don't even care. Like, I don't know why you're spending so much time here. So today he types in there, get bro new teeth or something to that extent. Which, like, for those of you who don't know, yeah, my teeth are kind of messed up. But there's, like, actually zero that you can do about it. It's actually, like, stained with blood, weirdly enough. So it's like, you know, I'm not gonna be able to do anything about it. But the fact that he's staring at my mouth is the most concerning part. Like, I think he's got something that he wants to confess. I don't know about you guys. I said a lot of funny things about him, but I refuse. I refuse to to elaborate more on that. Swifty knows a little bit about what I said. But it's funny because he shows up like every like couple of hours. I feel like anyway, every couple of hours on some of my streams even. And then he'll just debate me on the most useless stuff. And it's like, why? For what purpose? Why do you want to do that? It doesn't even bother me. Like, yeah, you want to like try to be mean and try to get me about something I physically can't change. Okay. So why are you here? Why are you here? So, I don't know. I just left it there, though, because I figured I was going to either go back and roast him later, or I'd leave it up, and maybe Nox Crew will feel bad that somebody was trying to be a bully. I don't know. Let's see. I give that guy a thumbs down. I saw you saw Bored Yoshi comment. He was the one who told me to put in the moon song. Okay, yeah, I saw him. Yeah. I was really confused when he said something about writing a song for me. I was like, okay, I know I'm well known in Britain apparently, but to have a song written about me is a little bit extreme. So I asked him, and then boom, I got mooned. And I don't know how to feel about that. I probably should have chosen my wording better. I got moon wrapped. Okay. I got so much diamond. You're welcome for those. Guys, I need items. My dad is not. I'll get you banned. That's crazy. Listen, if you're getting enough attention to make some random dude so angry for nothing, you must be good content creator. Honestly, though, like, the fact that he's there, it's just like, man, dude, you have nothing better to do. I told Swiftu, I'll go ahead and just say the rest of my message there. I was like, he's too busy looking at my mouth that he kind of forgot to go get his lobotomy done. But maybe it was a little bit mean. Maybe it was a little bit mean, but I feel like when you're that incredibly useless to society, you know, that's gotta be one of the only things on your mind. I don't get it. How can you be so bothered? That's the most perplexing part. Like, again, I don't care. It didn't bother me one bit. I've had a thick skin. And yet this guy is just so confusing. It's so confusing. Oh well. It's just funny to me. I don't know. If you got nothing better to do than like, yeah, I guess go off, you know. But to answer your question, Swiftu, let's see. I think he may have been one of the guys that came in that day, yeah. I've got a couple of haters. I'm not gonna even lie to you. I have a couple. If I go into my YouTube channel right now, let's go to content. Yeah, so just about every one of my videos has 1 or 2 dislikes on it, and it's purely because I've got people who really, for some reason, just want to hate on me. And it's like, you guys are so sad. Like, for what purpose? What makes you want to waste that time out of your precious day? Like, dude was told that he had a very limited amount of time in this world, and he's like, yes, I want to spend it on this guy who I really don't like. It's like, okay, yeah, you know what? I feel accomplished by that, honestly. Like, the guy that was DDoSing us a while back. I felt very accomplished by it because I was like, man, I'm doing something right. No. I think the caves can, though. Hater, never met her. How's it going, Volth? Good to see you, by the way. I repost memes and get 5 views on each post, so I wouldn't be too upset being insulted by him. Like I said, he really doesn't bother me. Honestly, it just makes me want to make like a really sick diss track on him. But I'm too busy. Like, I really can't be bothered to respond. Now, at 5 in the morning, I might be bothered enough. We'll see, though. Because I'm Batman. Yeah, my voice is already going out. I told you, I could already feel it at the beginning of the stream. It was going out. I knew it's gonna be a good stream. Going well, the weekend was atrociously long on account of me wanting to go back to Blasphemous. That's fair, man, that's fair. That's how you know you got a good game, though. Like, it makes your weekend horrible because you can't play it. There's very few games out there like that. That just like, you're like, man, the only thing that would make this day better is insert game here, you know? Let's see. Just don't respond, because if you do, he will stop. Because he's got all the attention he's craved. Make him your #1 fan, views every video. He's kind of like a stan, to be honest. Like, that's the thing I'm worried about. Like, this guy's concerningly obsessed, which, you know, is a good thing, I guess. It's good for me. It's good for me. You know, I can't wait till I get ads, because then I'm gonna be just farming him. Like, that's gonna be exciting. Now, I will say the worst part is kind of like, that's, the worst part about it is like, what is it? I forget. Never mind. I forget what I was gonna say. It doesn't matter. r/king mouth love. That king might have a king mouth fetish. He secretly owns King Ragnog Mouth Lover 29. Worst part about him is his ugly face, though. Oh my gosh. Haven't felt that way since Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is so good, man. I wish I had a reason to go back. Like, other than just playing it, like, you know, like, that's a good enough reason, I guess, but... And I don't really have a reason to play. I kind of play to get the achievements, and that's about it. And since I played so much, I know everything about the game. I could speedrun it more, but again, like, I kind of feel like, what's the point? I also find it really funny that those people who comment those things, they'll say stuff like that, but they're so projecting, because, like, you know, most of the people who make comments on any appearance are the people who are faceless. It's so funny. It's so funny. So you have people that go like, why you look like that? Or you know, for example, my teeth are one that come up a lot. And it's like, again, I just want to be sure you guys understand this. I'm not bothered by it. Don't go sending hate this guy's way. I just think it's funny. But you know, for example, all those things. And then, like, there's not one picture of them out there on the internet where they can, like, you know, prove that they're any better. And it's like, man, I feel accomplished. I feel so accomplished. But yeah, no, it's like, yeah, you know, I think I'm doing something right. And plus, I mean, like, now I just know I need to make more teeth content, honestly. Like, that's what he wants. I think that's what he really, really wants. If you don't show your face, you can't diss people for their looks. Even if you do show your face, you shouldn't. But, like, it's the least you could do. Yeah, I mean, at least put your money where your mouth is. Like, it just shows who actually has some self-confidence. Like, bro's so concerned about how other people look. Bro's so concerned about how other people look. And won't even show his own face. I don't know. I like I said, I just thought it was funny that he even that I've left it up. Like, I'm leveraging him, honestly. Like, the extra engagement is nice. I don't mind the extra comment. It's good for driving more viewership to the video. Do a mukbang mega zoomed in on your mouth and at him in the title. Beyond evil. I mean, I'm making it just for him, you know? It's for my #1 fan. Man, that's awful. Oops. Okay. Got more stone. I also think it's really funny, because there's like infinitely more that you could comment on in that video. I just realized, like, one, that backflip attempt in the MCCR application video, it was an attempt at first to be genuine, like I was actually gonna try, and then about halfway through it, I second guessed myself and psyched myself out, and so, like, the fall was real. I did actually fall. I did actually punch that tree too. I punched it as hard as I could. I punched it 3 times as hard as I could. I was impressed my fist didn't really hurt all that much, but it was like, okay, that one hurt a little bit. That one hurt a little bit more. Okay, I need to stop. That will break my fist if I'm not careful. But, like, he didn't make fun of any of that. He didn't make fun of, like, the shaggy haircut. That's, you know, I could definitely do with a new haircut. No, he had to have been looking at my mouth intentionally. Which I just find hilarious. It's like, man, you are a lot of things that I really can't call you on the internet, because if I do, it sounds like I'm bullying a group of people, but I'm not bullying. I'm just stating a fact, really. You know, like, I'm just saying. I think somebody might like men. And you know, that's not me bullying, like, so what if he does? What's it to me? Just, stop being weird, you know? And quite honestly, it takes a lot of restraint from me not to type back that to him. Because there's nothing like roasting somebody in a comment section, but this isn't Twitter. So I have to refrain. But if it was on Twitter, I'd let him have it. I aspire to be the old Wendy's account, the old Wendy's Twitter account, like that. That is the level that I wish to become one day. Let's see. Okay, let me pick up all the rest of what's up here. I want to finish, like, I want to finish the river soon. So I don't know what I want to do exactly. Here, let me go into the spectator so you guys can kind of see what I'm looking at. So, we've got this space, right? I have hiccups too. Give me a second. There we go. So we've got this space. It was a river. Now it's a really big river. And, you know, it's going way out here. And we're trying to clear out the rest of this. And it's almost done. I don't know when I'm going to finish it, but I'd like to finish it this month. So I got to decide if I want to finish this, basically, or if I want to go up into the mountains soon. So I think I might finish this chunk out, and then maybe we'll do some mountain building for a little bit, because I've got a lot that I need to do there. Also, I realize I didn't need to slash back. Okay. Here we go. Okay, what's going on here? My TPS down. Is my ping bad? It's, ping. Okay. Give me a second. Really quick, I also want to check something. I've been pinged like 4 times on Discord. So I need to double check how that's going. Oh, I've been quoted, I see. I'm not bullying, I'm just stating a fact. I just got mooned. Oh, lovely. How lovely. Okay. The rest can be responded to later. Thank you for the alert, Cordy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I mean, I get made fun of for my height by mostly tall single men, and like, bro, if my height is such a bad thing, I must look amazing if I can still get a girlfriend before you. I'm very short, but who cares, man? Yeah, honestly though, like, you're completely correct. It's just people can't stand you being more successful than them. Which is like, I know, like, that's like the most, like, you know, grade schooler kind of stuff ever, but like, it's true. There's a reason our parents always told us that when there was bullies around, you know. They'd always say, like, well, you know, they just can't stand it because you're better than them, or, you know, they're just jealous of you. Well, no, it's accurate. That is 100% accurate. That's why people bully. As cringy as it sounds. I'll make fun of my short friend, but it's all in good fun. Like, it's joking. You know, like, there's nothing quite like passing a puddle and then pointing it out and saying, "Careful, don't drown." Like that is comedy right there. But there is a line to draw, especially when it's just like, you know, you're just saying stuff and you're sounding desperate when you say it. It's so bad. It's so bad. Let's see, I've already given that guy more attention than he deserves, so we're gonna go to move on, but yeah, like just funny little thing there. And honestly, it kind of gives me an idea now that I think about it. For those of you who aren't there, I have started a little thread, suggestion thread on my Discord about content creation server. I'm making a Discord server for content creators. I need to add a section in there about dealing with hate, because like that's actually like a section that not very many people ever really get to ask for help in, you know. It's so I might need to put that in there. Like honestly, the simple solution is just don't let it bother you, but there's more to it than just that. Like, it's a mindset. You gotta really have the mindset of like, sticks and stones may break my bones, but your words will never hurt me. You've got to have that mentality, really. But yeah, that is a good idea. What? I'm so confused. I don't even know, man. I don't even know. But yeah, let me add that in my notes. We're gonna have that as a section. But yeah, I've been kind of working on it on and off. That's not the right one. I need a different tab. This one right here. Okay, suggestion. Dealing with hate. I think Bud might be on the wrong King SMP if he's asking about clans. Let's see, write that down. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Laughs in D&D's mocking words spell. Dude, I want to play D&D so bad. And I've been offered, like, several times. My friend did a one-shot. And, you know, he invited me to it, and I was like, oh yeah, I'd be interested. I got basically through all of my character specking, and I got to the point where I had to write a background for my character and all that. And I never actually did play because I just got hung up on that and I was so busy. So I never actually finished my character. So I mean, at least I'll be able to reuse him, maybe, possibly. But it's like there's not much there to reuse. So it's kind of like, I don't know, we'll see. But I would like to play it at some point. It's just I'm so busy, and I need to not be busy. I need to take time for myself, you know? Let's see. I want to catch up. Your throat? Yeah, my throat is pretty bad right now. I won't lie. It's pretty bad. Wrong King SMP. Oops. D&D is on Discord now. Maybe it's time for me to start a D&D podcast. You know, those are in right now. Those are definitely in. Dude, if you ever start a D&D campaign, you have to let me know. Dude, if I start one, I would love to kind of bring in some people on it. It would be kind of cool to do a, okay, hear me out. We have a community D&D. And, it's all taking place in the same world. And basically the idea would be, that, you know, you're building up this world's lore, so much with different characters. I don't know. It'd be pretty cool. You'd have to, like, say, okay, we can only play with 8 people per day or whatever. I don't know. I wouldn't want to do, like, okay, you know, we're going to play D&D with all 50 of you right here, right now. Like, you know, whoever gets in that day gets in. But the world kind of evolves when you're not playing even, because another group got to play a little bit. But I don't know how you'd really do that necessarily because of the fact that you have to have a central story. I guess you come together, like, on one final day, try to do something. Okay, wait, you could do it. You could do it. So it would be... It would basically be... If you had 50 people, you'd just split them up into, like, groups of, you know, 5. And then, you would have to... And then you'd basically set them up on different missions as a part of the central campaign. So you kind of do like a squad, almost, you know? Like, yeah, this squad's gonna do this, that squad does that, kind of deal. I don't know, that could be interesting, I don't know. I don't really have any desire to run a D&D campaign because I don't have time. That's a huge time commitment right there. But, the idea has always kind of intrigued me, because I used to kind of do something like that with my brother. But, you know, it's been so long, honestly, like, I don't have time to prepare for it. Okay. Let me catch up here. I actually used to have a D&D podcast. Did you really? That is awesome. The Pie lore runs deep. It's called Adventure League. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's cool. I could spend months of work and make D&D and Minecraft. I was thinking if I do any future mega builds, I may as well do them in survival for the real experience. I think I'll just do it on the server. You're more than welcome to, man. You're more than welcome to. I'll call it Crafting Campaigns, D&D podcast with Minecraft YouTubers, and we play in Minecraft. That could be pretty cool. I know there's a lot of people out there who do play Minecraft, D&D. So, I mean, it could be a pretty cool idea. And the nice thing is, like, you could do pretty big collabs as well. You know, you bring in, like you said, Minecraft YouTubers, and you go, hey, we're gonna do like a one shot. Do you want to play? Or, you know, we're gonna do a whole campaign for this month. Would you be interested in, you know, joining for it? I think that could be pretty cool. Because I think there's a lot of YouTubers out there who would like to do D&D, but they don't have, like, time. Because it's like, oh yeah, I've got so many videos I gotta do. Whereas that, they could at least look at it and go, yeah, I'm making a video still. I'm getting my face out there, you know? Plus, the other thing is, like, you just have people that you already know, who could also fill in, because you know a good amount of Minecraft content creators. Let's see, it was from like 3 years ago. The story was really fun, so we just decided to record it. That's awesome. That's really, really cool, actually. Huh. You had never mentioned that before. I find that interesting. That's cool. One thing I've always wanted to get into is Critical Role. I've been meaning to try to catch up on it. I watched I watched part of their animated series. I watched like 2 episodes, I think. That was really cool. But I never actually like watched proper Critical Role. Even though like I see clips of it all the time and I'm like, man, this looks like a fun thing to be a part of. Like just to sit there and watch it would be awesome. But again, as is my age-old argument, there's never enough time. I had another podcast idea where I interview people and talk with them, and then at the end I ask them for someone bigger they know to be in the next episode. I call it Connections. That could be pretty cool. I mean, what happens when you reach the top, though? Do they basically say somebody even do they just restart the cycle? I guess that's like your next season idea. You go all the way up, and then once you're finally like peaked out, you can't get anybody bigger. You kind of go, okay, it's time for us to we're gonna restart, and this time we're gonna find a new small person. Just slowly work our way up. Again. That's actually a really cool idea, though, Swifto. I do like that idea. I had a podcast. It wasn't very good. I mean, I think people actually did like it a little bit, but I didn't. I didn't. I tried to watch it. I could not get myself to watch it, though. It was a little bit of a drag. Admittedly, you know, first episode, I expected it to kind of be, you know, not great. And you're supposed to kind of keep trying even after your first time. But you know, I had a vision in my head of what it was supposed to be. And I couldn't get there with it, you know. So it didn't make sense for me to keep going on it, even though I felt like I probably should have. Let's see, Adventure League is a bit different, but it's a thing where dozens and dozens of game stores organize games, and you can just go in and out of games with the same character. It's used a lot by people to form their own groups over time if you find cool people. Okay, that's cool. That's really, really cool. I've never heard of that. I had a podcast once. I called it Wrong Genre. It was a lot of MC creators talking about anything but Minecraft. That's kind of funny. That is kind of funny. When all the evidence was burned because we looked back on the episodes and said, wow, this can't be on the internet if we plan on getting a job or becoming successful. Ah, I see. It was that kind of thing. Nice. Yeah. That's fair. That is so fair. I don't know. I think I like the idea of having a podcast. I don't actually like the idea of I like the idea. I don't like the I actually don't like the process though of running a podcast. Like it'd be cool to have one. It would be cool to, you know, be a central topic of sorts. It'd be cool to be able to just sit there and talk, because I like to do that. But I don't like actually running one. I don't like actually doing it. Which is a shame, because I think You know, honestly, these live streams that I'm doing, they're very much podcast like, because most of it is about talking, and most of this is, you know, heavily carried by the fact that I talk, not because of the gameplay. I mean, my gameplay isn't really all that cool. I mean, I build cool things, but I'm not necessarily doing anything that you have to see. In fact, like, streams like this where I'm just digging, you know, there's nothing to see, really. I mean, it's not really all that cool. But, you know, this is probably about as close as I get to a podcast. Now, if I wasn't live streaming all the time, I would, you know, I'd probably have the time for a podcast, and I could, you know, do something similar to play Minecraft while we're doing it. But, you know, I don't really feel like that. That feels like a lot of work, you know? Also, I don't need flint. We're done with that. Like, some of the jokes were questionable. Yeah, I figured as much. That's fine. You know, that happens. I mean, I make some pretty questionable jokes, but I'm sure you probably were a lot more on that line. That's just a guess, though. Considering you guys took it down. If you want a cool podcasts on TTRPG, ROPG, check out the Film Reroll. It's a group playing movies as TTRPG, and it's not going the same way at all it went in the movie. I haven't listened to a lot of it, but what I listened to is so funny. Okay, I'll have to... Let me add them to a list so I can check them out. That kind of reminds me of something I used to do. With my when I said like I used to play like a form of D&D with my brother, it was something very similar to that. Like, he would pick a character, and then we'd play basically What If the entire time. And so, you know, if we were doing Star Wars that day, he could pick any character in all of Star Wars, and then just play as if he were, you know, Anakin. And it would get so dark and twisted, dude. It was a lot of fun, though. It was a lot of fun. And, you know, you create some really interesting scenarios where it's like, man, you know, what if, you know, what if Anakin was, what if Anakin, you know, did beat Obi-Wan on Mustafar? Like, you know, what would happen? Well, he'd probably kill the Emperor, because, you know, he wouldn't be mortally wounded, which is kind of nice. That's kind of what my answer was, if I remember correctly. But we played out every single scenario all the way up until the end. How would you recommend doing a mega build in survival? So you'll kind of want a basic idea of what you're wanting to do first before you just jump into it. Because what I find is if you're not careful, you'll kind of just wander around and you'll have to undo everything you do because it doesn't look right or whatever. So kind of get a general idea of what you're thinking you might want. So for example, like, I knew I wanted the volcano. That's actually like the only thing I knew I wanted. And so that's what I came here with the purpose of, was the volcano. But I had to put that off until I got villagers. So then I built villagers, and I was like, okay, well, I need a tower for the villagers. So I built the tower, and so on and so forth. And so that's how I've done my mega base. But if you have like a general idea of like, okay, I know I want to build a mansion, or I know I want to build a castle, or you know, you know of one build in specific you want to do, then it's just kind of about finding the location. But I would say that's the best place to actually start, is either knowing what you want to do, or alternatively looking for the location. A lot of the times you'll be kind of walking around and you'll go, this place kind of looks like something I could build with. Let me kind of imagine it. And so, for example, you know, I came over here. Now you're gonna have to just imagine with me that the volcano isn't here. I saw this mountain right here, right? And I thought it looked really cool. It was right next to this village. And I was like, what if that was a volcano? That would be really, really cool. And I kind of started looking around. And I was like, yeah, that would be cool. That could be pretty neat. We could do that. And, you know, then my whole ideas started to shift. And now, I mean, I can look at this and I can go, okay. Let me see if I can find a spot in specific. So over this way, I've got a vision of what I want to be over here. I think over here on, I think it's this building or this mountain top. Yeah. On this mountain, I can definitely see myself building like a big castle. And so I'm kind of envisioning what I think it would look like because I can see the mountain and I'm like, I think I'd put a tower here. I think I'm going to make this cave entrance bigger. I'm going to put another tower here. I'm going to have it actually go into the cave and into the mountainside. And it's going to be like this really cool fortress. There's going to be another tower up here and maybe another one down here as well. And there's going to be walls connecting all of them. And you kind of just go around and you look at the world around you. You go, what can I do to change how this world looks, you know? At least that's how I approach it. I just go in and I kind of see the land and I go, is there anything I can do with this? If not, I move on. If yes, then I'm like, okay, we're staying here. We're going to do this right now. Okay, let's see. I was planning to make, I do know what my mega base would be. I was planning to make an island with a castle and a red dragon on top of the castle. Yes, I think, in that case, I think that's gonna be really cool. Yeah, just find a place you think it would look good and obviously in the case of building an island, or using an island already there, you're gonna want to bring a lot of resources with you. So when you log on, just kind of get geared up first. In that case, get to about diamond gear at minimum, and then you know, gather up as much resources that you need for your first phase. So if you want to start with the island, then start with the island. In this case, it might actually be better to start with the castle itself, because, or at least the layout of the castle, because it'll tell you where you can kind of do some height variation with it beforehand. At least in my opinion, you could probably do it. I try to get my height variation out of the way before I, you know, actually start building, because otherwise I feel like it looks, you know, a little strange. But sometimes that doesn't always work out either, so. And I listened to some early episodes so far, Back to the Future, Halloween, and Home Alone. And in Home Alone, for example, one of them plays Kevin and the other two the robbers. It's really fun time. That sounds awesome. That sounds really cool. Yeah, I might have to check that out then. Maybe tonight, while I'm working on some stuff, I can kind of listen to it. That sounds really cool. I think one was doors versus wheels, and then someone said there's more doors in the world because JFK's car had 6 doors and 4 wheels. That's crazy. That is crazy. But it's true. I mean, you're not wrong. Gosh. A build I thought about doing years ago, but I'm not nearly talented enough, was a pirate cave, pirate slash smuggler cave. I feel like it, I've never really seen that in Minecraft. It could be pretty unique. I was thinking to get, okay, I'm sorry, I see two blue names and I get a little bit confused. That's actually a really good idea, Volth, and I do have, a place where I'm planning on trying to build one. I've got a goblin cave I want to do, and it's gonna have like all sorts of gold and some gems in there. I'd kind of like to store all my treasure, in there if I could. But over here, we're kind of thinking of maybe putting in like a pirate cove of some sort. So you got like a small cave entrance here, and then the idea would be that it kind of expands over top of it. And on this side, it would be kind of like a giant skull, with like a huge mouth. That way, you could get the big pirate vessels to go in. But I don't know. I don't know if we'll actually ever build that. With the way things are right now, it's gonna take me some pretty long hours to get most of it done. But I'm down to give it a shot, that's for sure. I was thinking to get fully enchanted diamond armor, elytra, quite a few shulkers before doing the build. That's a good idea. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And plus that lets you kind of flesh out the idea a little bit in your head as well. You know, sometimes it's hard because you'll go from one big build to the next and you start to kind of get a little bit burnt out. So sometimes it's good to let the idea kind of, you know, sit there in your head and go, okay, while I'm building this, or while I'm collecting resources, let me think about what I need and what I'm kind of wanting to do. A lot of times the best ideas I have are the ones that I'm not really trying to get, which is weird. Imagine having ads. I know, crazy. Let me make sure I'm all caught up. I know we ranked presidents once. That one's self-explanatory. I don't think we need to explain the jokes. We stayed on number 43 for a while, though. I bet. I was thinking of kind of doing... Well, it's on an ad break, and you got that. Let me go down to Volth here. How many hours did you say you put into building all you built here? Because the scales of it is pretty insane, especially in survival. That's a good question. So I've played on the server alone 42 days. And I mean, I've AFK'd and I've been away from, you know, building. I've done other things. So I would say probably like 35 days worth of playtime. So, 35 times 24, 840 hours, probably. Which I don't like the sound of. That makes me feel a little bit, a little bit bad. Man, that... Oh, okay. How'd you spend your, you know, how'd you spend your time as a 20-year-old? Oh yeah, I played Minecraft for 840 hours. Let's see. And I was thinking to kind of do like a large island cliff type place in the middle of the ocean. With a big like Demon King's castle to tower over the ocean, in which I want like someone comes across there in like a boat, they get shivers almost, if you know what I mean. Yes, I like that idea. I like that idea. You should do that. But yes, with collecting the resources, I think it's a good idea to go ahead and get those, you know, while you're still thinking about it even, because while you're getting those resources, you might run into one and you go, I want to use this block, or, you know, this block reminds me of this one build I saw, and I kind of want to incorporate some, Ooh, that's not good. I want to incorporate some of those concepts in this build. And, you know, just kind of roll with it. Okay, what's going on here? Chunk borders, I see. Okay. That's fine. Do that one. Okay, that's half of that done. Okay, let me toss out the flint. Okay. That's ridiculous. That's why I can't build stuff in Minecraft. I can't dedicate so much time to one game. There's too many games to play. I know. It makes me so sad, like, how many games I don't play just purely because I do play so much Minecraft. It does save me a lot of money in the long run, I will say that much. I don't buy as many games because of it. But, it's like, if I didn't play Minecraft, that would be 2 more times I could play other games in a week. But I also do enjoy Minecraft, like, a lot, so... Ooh. Yeah, I was gonna say it's lagging. Okay. But yeah, I think Minecraft just has one of those time commitments where you're like, we forget sometimes just how much time we spend on it. I mean, it's crazy how much time I've spent on this world alone. But I don't even feel like I've spent that many hours building, but now I think about it, no, I definitely have. I mean, there's no way around that. I mean, I have so many stream hours on it as well. Wow. Okay. I'm sorry, my back is a little bit achy. I might get up here in a second and grab, I might need to go get up, grab some water, and stretch soon. I think my main build materials are going to be stone, deep slate, black stone, and then some reds into it, like red nether bricks and glass. Should I make a schematic for it? It might not hurt to make a schematic if you do it in creative first, because then it'll give you an idea of materials that you need to pick up. Plus, it'll give you a pretty good guide to do it. But also, I kind of recommend trying to freehand if you can in survival. So, you know, have a general concept of what you want, but then in survival, you know, try to build it, like, and add details as you go. It might be fun, and you might find that that's not your style and you'd rather have it all before you, and that's fine too. Talking about money to buy games, I always plug this because it's awesome. You people need to check out Is There Any Deal? Website that tracks deals on various different legitimate Steam authorized key resellers, never buying a game full price again. Yes. Yes. Is There Any Deal is awesome, guys. In fact, let me go grab their link and post it in chat just so you guys can see it. It is such a good website. I mean, right now, for example, let's say you wanted to buy Red Dead Redemption 2. It says you can get it right now for $24. It's usually $60. But, you know, it shows you all the deals. You can go and get it on Epic Games, Game Billet, Green Man Gaming. I'm not familiar with that one. Hang on. Oh wait, no, that's an Epic code. Okay, I see. It's not Epic Store, but I mean, you could get it on Epic Store, but it's gonna be full price. But yeah, I mean, you can get it 60% off. Like, yeah, crazy. So, I mean, it is a good website. I mean, that's where I got Chivalry from. I looked it up. Chivalry 2. And it's probably on sale right now. Yeah, game bill at $11 instead of 40, 73% off. So it's like, if you guys are looking for any game, check there first. It is so worth it. I mean, trying to think of another game that would be like a good one to look up there. Example, Spider-Man. It's showing that there's several listings here that are like $37. Now, of course, when you go on here, do some extra research. Make sure that the platform you're buying from is, you know, is reputable. So, for example, on GameBill, it shows you if it's an authorized vendor. So, you know, that tells you that it's good. So long as it's authorized, you're fine. Let's see. But yeah, again, just use isthereanydeal.com. It is a game changer when it comes to buying games, especially when the Steam Summer Sale's out, because you'll get really excited seeing all those games on such a good deal that you might miss that they're on even better prices elsewhere. Ooh. They always have great deals that Steam doesn't. Yeah, absolutely. Not gonna stay for long now. Just saying hi before sleep. Hey, Sammy, good to see you. Make sure you get plenty of rest tonight. You can make an account, put games in a wait list, and it'll notify you when it drops below your preferred percentage price. That is awesome. That is actually really, really good. My gosh. All the platforms are legit. They vet them all. Okay, that's cool. That's really, really good. I got Chivalry 2, then refunded instantly. Because I couldn't be bothered to download a new game. You know, that's fair. That is fair. And that one does have a little bit of a learning curve to it, but I enjoyed it. I want to play it again at some point. We'll get there, eventually. And honestly, I just realized for the content creator server I'm going to make, I should go ahead and put in a section about budget. Budget-friendly content creation. Because that's another thing. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, it's so expensive, you know, you have to have a computer, you gotta have a webcam, you gotta have that really nice microphone, you've gotta have emo artist, and, you know, you gotta buy every game. It's like, no, you really don't have to do that. Okay, the game is a little bit laggy, or what's going on. I don't know. But yeah, you don't have to do all that. Like, if you have a laptop, even no matter how crappy it is, you can stream. If you have a phone, you can stream. If you have a gaming console, you can stream. Like, it is definitely doable. And I can attest to it. Both you're yeah, you can attest to it too. You and I had actually very, very similar setup. I had a headset mic at the beginning, and then I was using my phone as my webcam as well. It was so bad though; it kept disconnecting. Now I didn't actually have a phone stand. I don't know if you do or not. I don't have it anymore, but I used to have this guitar capo I would stick it in. And it would just kind of clamp onto it like this. And and so it would just kind of hold right there, and then it would occasionally like flip over like that, but you know, it worked. It worked very well, and it got me till December when my I think it was my grandparents bought me the webcam, which I'm still using today. So you know, it limped me along until I could get something a little bit better. Because I wasn't sure I was going to even keep streaming, you know? It was one of those things, I was still trying it out. I was pretty confident that's what I wanted, though. And so, by December, I was like, I mean, I'm going to be here no matter what, so I might as well see if I can get a C920. I guess I've been online before, I have full netherite. Oh, nice, sweet. Okay, let me, make sure I'm all caught up here. My friends really wanted to play Chivalry with me, and then, like, the day my friend asked when I could get on, I just said, I refunded it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Really need to buy a real mic / cam at some point, and a second monitor, because I currently use my laptop as a second screen, which isn't ideal. My phone is propped up on my printer and angled with a coaster holder. That is insane. That is insane, but that is awesome as well. Like, I'm always interested to hear like what people's first setups were, because like it's always cool and to like see what people have now, but like um but like what people started with, that to me is like way cooler. Hear me out. What if we think we're ugly because we like women and not men, so we're just not our type? Nah, we think we're ugly because we know our bodies the best and know all of our own imperfections that other people can't even see. That is true. And I mean, to be fair, there are some, like, I mean, I'm not saying this for me personally, but like I've heard there's a lot of people out there who think Ryan Reynolds and Ryan Gosling are you know, pretty attractive looking. Not me, of course. But, you know, I've heard several men say, you know, but yeah, the truth of the matter is, like Volth said, we just know where to look. Like, when I look in the mirror, I know like each and every little spot. That's like, you know, that's not what, you know, I don't see those spots in anybody else. Everybody has spots like that, you know. Volth, yes, you're. I mean, you're right. You're right. Ryan Reynolds is just hot. Oh my gosh. I mean, you guys have said so. So I mean, where's my dirt? Do I not have any dirt? I do. I'm just blind. Okay. Oh man, I'm comfortable enough. Fair enough. Fair enough, man. Oh man, that you guys are great. You guys are so good. Like any other Twitch chat, this would just probably be like an awkward conversation. But like, you know, I feel like here, it's just like, man, we're so chill. We're gonna, of course, we're gonna talk about Ryan Reynolds, and I mean, there's not even a debate. You know, he's just a very attractive man. It's just how it is. I don't make up the rules. I almost left my girlfriend for him. There's this one, bassist at band camp. I thought about it. Bruh. Yeah, but truthfully speaking, though, yeah, no, I mean, part of it might be just due to the fact that you're not your own type, but on top of that, it's just like you know everything wrong with you. I mean, everybody does that. Best thing you can do, don't look in the mirror. It's like, man, I feel infinitely better about myself never seeing myself. Now, I see myself all the time. And I've developed this little skill where I don't think of myself as myself. And so, like, me on this screen right here, that guy, he's not me. He's King. That's King. This is me. You know, that's how I look at, you know, everything I'm doing. It helps me differentiate life. It makes it so much easier. Same thing with my voice. I don't hear my voice. I hear King's voice. And does it sound kind of bipolar? Maybe a little bit. Or not bipolar. Bipolar is the wrong one I'm looking for. Multiple personality disorder. Sorry. Nope. Basson. It's a big, long, massive instrument. I have so much I want to say in response to that. But, okay. It's really fun to play, really. I've never heard of this before. Anya Taylor-Joy is my current celebrity crush. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time reading. Through some people, though some people find her eyes weird, but I don't know why. She has something that draws me in. That is so fair, though. Like, I think the people who look perfect are like the, not to be rude, but they're like the most ugly people ever. Like, you know, there's something about the human face that should never be perfect. The whole human body, for that matter. Like, if there's perfection, it doesn't look right. It's uncanny. That's why, like, so many people look so weird after plastic surgery, is because it's like, it fixes a symmetrical issue. Your face isn't really made to be actual... Their face isn't really supposed to be actually symmetrical, you know? Usually there's like a little bit of off symmetry, and it's like, yeah, no, I think a little bit of impurities, I guess, are gonna be the word I'm using there. You know, it's not the perfect picture or whatever, you know. Those people are honestly the more attractive ones. It's like, yeah, you know, you actually, you know, you're actually just simply better. And on top of that, I mean, for me, it's personality. That is like the only thing that makes anybody really attractive, I guess, at least in my opinion. Like, I can recognize like something that makes somebody slightly more attractive, but I don't think I'd ever, like, think anything more than, like, oh, they're kind of attractive, I guess. But I don't know, that's just me. I'm a little bit weird. I recognize it. I own it. Makes sense. The personality you put on screen is not always yourself. I think it's healthy to separate you from your on-screen persona. Honestly, though, yeah, I mean, it is a little bit bad because like there are days where I'm more there are days where I'm king more than I am me, but I'm okay with it. Like we're very similar, you know. It's just, you know, sometimes I filter myself a little bit more as one than the other, and in different ways too. I mean, I can tell you that much. I'm about the same in real life. I'm just there's minor differences here and there. I'm really just toned back, honestly. And if you guys wanted to know more about that, honestly, just ask like Unreal, Alias, Infinite, Just Cause, any of those guys. Earth Hydra. You can ask any of them. They would be able to tell you that. Like, yeah, no, I'm relatively the same way. At least I think I am. I mean, I don't really know how I act. They're all pretty much the same. I think the best part about me, honestly, is like when I'm there in real life, I actually am more animated. When you guys see me on screen, my hands are glued to the keyboard and mouse, so you don't like see how animated I can get at times. But usually I talk with my hands a little bit more. I'll do more physical comedy, where it's like where like, you know, if we're joking, I'll get ready to run, or I will turn around and run the other way, or if I see somebody else running, I'll chase them. My brother started running earlier in the month, or in June. No, July, sorry. And I just started chasing him. I took off chasing him and I started yelling, like, "Why are you running? Don't run from the Lord." You know, those kind of things. It's so much fun. But you guys don't get that version of me on stream because, you know, I'm very much just this guy who sits here and talks. I could very well just be AI generated. Because there's such little amount of movement, really. It's just my mouth moving up and down, up and down. Yeah, you know, I think it's interesting. The differences in real life versus not real life. And yet, there's still another me out there, you know? So there's what you guys see. Then there's me that everybody else sees. And then there's me who I see. You know, there's that one more level that nobody else quite knows. Nobody really knows me 100%. You know, I kind of like that. It's nice. It's freeing. And there's like no dark secrets with that. It's just, you know, nobody needs to. What program do you use to draw again? It's called GIMP. That's what I use. However, if you're just trying to like learn how to do art, I would recommend what is it? Is it Krita? Krita, I think. That one's pretty good when it comes to drawing. But I do everything in GIMP. It's just off-brand Photoshop. Let's see. It's got a lot of buttons and things. I can't really have celebrity crush. There's not many teen actors that are still teens. That's fair. I've noticed as I've gotten older, older people who like I thought were old look a lot younger to me, and younger people who look young look a lot younger to me. When I was you know, when I was a kid, it was like 30-year-olds looked way older to me. When I look at a 30-year-old now, I kind of think they look like they're in my age group. The realization that that I'm getting old has, you know, started to set in. They are king, bruh. I did not. I just got unked. That's not right. That's not right. No. Bruh. Man. That's messed up. Same generation or not, you're still an unk. Oh, that's hurtful. That is hurtful. I'm pretty much the same too. I think that's why I don't separate myself the same way you do. There's virtually no difference, even the way I talk or whatever. I talk to myself all the time. That's fair. And I used to talk to myself a lot, but I used to talk to myself, but I really don't anymore, just because I'm so used to talking to you guys when I talk to myself that it's really, I feel like I've gone crazy, like I am talking to somebody else when I'm, you know, I try to, basically I've had to say King talks to himself for stream purposes. Josiah doesn't. Josiah doesn't talk to himself hardly at all, which is unfortunate. That part of me has had to die, just for the sake of differences. Sorry. There's very minor differences between who I am and who I have to be. Just because it's like I can't live like that all the time, I guess. Okay, we're back to being set. Good. I call my brother Unk, but he's 29. I'm sure a good 50% of your viewer base is a different generation. Probably, honestly. I mean, how old is Gen Alpha now? How old is Gen Alpha?
Here's what I found.
Generation Alpha uses the early 2010s as starting birth years to the mid 2020s as the ending birth years. So on YouTube, probably. I probably have a 50% viewer base of Gen Alpha. Gen Z, I am a part of Gen Z. Kind of smack dab in the middle, actually. Or no, wait. No, I'm in the middle. Okay. I'm part of Gen Z. And I think, honestly, I do have a couple of millennials. Maybe. I don't know where they're, how long they call millennials for, but I don't know. But I probably have a couple of millennials out there, I'm sure. Honestly, shout out to the millennials. You guys have put up with so much. Like, Gen Z is so bad. I'm sorry. I can say this because I'm a part of you guys. You guys are awful. Gen Z, you're terrible. You're trash. Okay, now I've gotten that out of the way. Don't just sit there wallowing in the fact that you're trash. Go fix it. Okay? Brain rot is terrible. Don't consume it. Like, block accounts that are posting brain rot for your own sake, please. Okay. I think I've got that out of my system. I just had to say it, because I'm on the internet too, I see it all. It's targeted for my, my generation, and I can't stand to see it anymore, man. Clear your throat, buddy, old pal. I said I was gonna go get up and get more water. I have a little bit, though. Let me drink. Okay. That's, you know, I know it's not great. It's still bad, but it's not great. Okay. I love Medibang Paint Pro. I am not familiar with that one. Didn't Vsauce do a video on this? Like, old people look older? Maybe? Possibly? It sounds like a Vsauce video. I haven't really watched him all that much recently. Not since the really olden days. Ever since I was a kid, I've been talking to imaginary people or to the void or whatever. I've always been talking to someone who isn't there. It's always helped me to just gather my thoughts and make sense of them. Might be my autism, but it helped a lot when I started streaming. That's fair. Honestly, use it to your advantage. If you talk to yourself, more power to you. And I mean, I used to talk to myself all the time, but I guess I get that out of my system when I'm streaming. And I think a lot of the problem is also I think one thing I also am so conscious of talking about to myself a lot is as I've gotten older, I've heard things that aren't actually there. So it's like I don't want to come off that I am going crazy, and I don't want to start something that might warrant a response from something that's not there either. If that makes any sense. Okay. I'm in that weird in between a millennial and Gen Z, 96, but I consider myself a millennial with how I was raised. Honestly, with the technology I grew up with and the very traditional values that we had growing up, I honestly feel like I belong more with the millennials. But that's just me. However, I also had, like, in the last half of my childhood, you know, I grew up a lot more like Gen Z did. So it's hard to say. Like, I didn't have any personal electronic device besides a DS until I didn't have any personal device besides the DS until I turned like 12 years old. And that's when I got my first tablet. And it was a crappy tablet, but it was a tablet nonetheless. I had gaming consoles, but that was for the whole family. It's like I never really you know, I never really grew up with like every piece of technology, and a lot of that just came from the fact that my parents couldn't afford to, you know, buy that for all five of their kids. You know, that's that gets pretty expensive pretty quick. Let me catch up here. I'm gonna sneeze. I don't know if that picked up. I think I muted like probably right in the middle. So oops. I tried. I did. I'll be honest, I can think of it MCCR, my girlfriend, nothing else. I get to see her daily for 180 days and 2 days. That's gonna be nice. That's exciting. Hopefully MCCR goes well. I'm hoping we get in this year. Gen Z ain't nearly as bad as whatever's happening with the young kids right now. True. But the problem is they started it. So it's kind of like the boomers giving their problems to the Gen Xers and the millennials. You know, they're setting up the problem and then they're doing nothing to fix it. And so these young kids who are getting a hold of these devices are consuming this brain rot content from Gen Z. And it's basically like, Yeah, I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say there. I'm trying to find a way to word it respectfully, but I can't. I'd say there's good and bad stuff with Gen Z, like every other generation. True. For example, I love that Gen Z is giving no Fs about work ethic, and they don't let themselves be abused by corporations. It's really taught me to do the same. I feel like in the way we're finishing what millennials hesitantly started. Yes, it is one of those things. I think at one point, like at some point, yes, you should have work ethic, but you shouldn't be a slave. Like, I think that's one problem that some members of Gen Z have gone too far with, is like they don't want to even work at all. Like yes, corporations are terrible. Like they can be very vicious. You should not have loyalty to a corporation unless they actually show that they can value you as a person, which a corporation can't because it's not a living, breathing thing. However, you do need to go out and work, and I think that's a big issue. And I'm guilty. I'm Gen Z. I'm not out there working, but no one will hire us. I am very much an issue, but I'm also like well aware of the fact that nobody's hiring Gen Z. I mean, I've tried several places. Only place that wants us is like McDonald's, Walmart, the corporations that are notoriously bad work environments, places you don't want to work forever, Okay. Let's see, I want to make sure I'm all caught up. I just thought of the best April Fool's joke for an April Fool's stream. Pretend all your viewers that you know and love that you have never met them ever, and it's like the first time you have seen them. That would be funny. That could be pretty funny. Gen Z parents are, my kid is only gonna get like the newest PlayStation console and like iPads and phones at like 12. I mean, it depends on how well off I'm doing. But, my kids are gonna be supervised. That's the thing. And I'll go right on out and say it. That's why our kids are hurting so bad today. That's why Gen Z hurts so bad today. A lot of them were neglected, and I don't like criticizing other people's parenting because I'm not a parent. But I know my parents did a good job on me because I'm not in that same boat. And a lot of that comes from other issues, but the fact of the matter is, some of the reason why some of these generations are so hurt right now is their parents did not raise them. Backseat parenting isn't going to do us any good. I'm not trying to tell everybody, hey, parent better. I don't know you personally. But I can tell you this. Letting Disney Channel parent your kid is not a good idea. Letting YouTube parent your kid is not a good idea. It's not good for your kid. It's not good for you. You gotta be there for your kids. That's the big must. And with me in specific, I'm gonna be very careful about where I let my kids go and what they do, but I'm not gonna be overprotective. They gotta find some stuff out on their own, But they don't need a phone before they're 12 or whatever. Like, especially because I'm gonna homeschool them. Like, I was homeschooled. I turned out pretty good. I've met more homeschoolers who've turned out better than homeschoolers. Or, I'm sorry, I've met more homeschoolers than I met I've met more homeschoolers who have turned out good than public schoolers who have turned out good. Now, I'm not bashing the school system, but I'm just saying, if you do it right, then it's not that bad of a system. And maybe I'm biased. Maybe I am. I don't know. But, you know, my kid won't need to call me. They're going to be right there by my side anyway. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm all caught up. Pretend all your viewers. I read that one. Gen Z have some of the highest work ethic, in my opinion. Like, compare prices of everything 20 years ago to now. I mean, they have to. They have to work hard now. Yeah. It's awful, but the amount of dragging their feet that a lot of them do as well is a little bit concerning. And you can't generalize. Let me just throw that out there. I'm not trying to generalize. I just think there is also some things to be said about the fact that a lot of them don't. And you know, in my personal experience in the areas I live, a lot of them, you know, don't want to work. And part of that's because they've been burned, you know. Nothing sucks more than a corporation telling you that they don't even want you. Nothing sucks more than you know, you know, some 40-year-old, you know, how do I say this? I don't know how to say this without being offensive, so I'm just gonna refrain. But, you know, nothing sucks more than being replaced by somebody just because they're older and have more experience, even though you've been there longer. And that's happened a lot to Gen Z. It's not fair. But it does happen. It happens a lot. And, you know, Gen Z is out there in the field right now. I mean, a lot of us have graduated. A lot of us are out there entering, you know, the fields where, you know, now we're able to influence things, and we're actually able to vote in presidential elections here in the U.S. And I'm sure most of the world you can vote now as Gen Z. I don't know many places rules on that, but I'm assuming most are probably around 18 as well. Honestly, I'm not down with crapping on later generations just because of how much boomers and Gen X have criticized millennials for like 2 decades. Stop the generational hate. I think at this point we're just better than that. True. And I'm not trying to necessarily hate on them, but rather point out the fact of why millennials and Gen Z are the way they are, you know. It's not fair to ignore the crimes of the past, you know? Like, I can recognize a lot of people would be better off now than they were earlier if 9/11 didn't happen. You know, we wouldn't have gone to war in the Middle East. A lot of people would still be alive. That was a decision made by people that weren't Gen Z or millennials. No, not even any millennials. That would have been made by any millennials. I don't think they would have been old enough. Maybe the tail end of them. But a lot of people died because of it, you know? So it's not so much me hating on them. Every generation has this issue. Gen Z is definitely, you know, I can see it clearly because I'm a part of it. You know, when it's kind of goes back to that thing of when you look in the mirror, of course you're going to see all your imperfections. As Gen Z, I can see our imperfections. I can see what we're laying ahead for Gen Alpha, for Gen Beta, and I'm not down for it. And I've attempted to do my part a little bit. You know, I sit here and I make content. I only hope that it helps a little bit. But, you know, like, the garbage that is consumed is concerning. I don't And maybe it's just not for me. Maybe it's not actually garbage, but I genuinely question, you know, the NPC stuff that happens on TikTok. That's concerning to me. Like, more power to you if you can stand in front of a camera and act like the same thing over and over and over for, you know, 4 hours straight because you're getting donations. Like, more power to you. But on the same hand, like, I worry what that's doing to our young people, our young people. Like, their expectations out of people are probably, you know, at least when I see stuff like that, it makes my expectations low. I can say that much. It might not make everybody's, but it makes mine. Pi just comes in and starts talking about mod stuff, and you're like, oh, cool, you're a mod. What server do you mod on? Wait, what? That was probably in response to something. Oh, yes, the April Fool's thing. Yes, I like that idea. Listen, I understand giving your kid privacy, but you should let your like 6-year-old watch whatever on TikTok all day. Oh gosh, ew. Yeah, no. If I do give my kid an iPad when they're really young, I'm slapping them with screen time. Yes. Anything is good in limitation. Let me say that much. There's nothing wrong with TikTok. There's nothing wrong with Facebook or X, Twitter, YouTube. There's nothing wrong with Discord. There's nothing wrong with video games. That goes back to the millennials having to fight that battle of video games are okay. They're not gonna kill everybody. You know, it's not satanic. You know, that is you know, all those things are good. They're good to have. And I mean good, they're not bad. They're bad when you have them in such high concentration that you're forgetting to partake in the real world. When you're doom scrolling at 3 in the morning because you'd rather, not because you'd rather, because you're actually addicted. That's the truth of the matter, right? And I don't like using that word. I don't use it lightly. People are addicted to it. People don't want to feel bad, but when they're scrolling, they're doom scrolling. It does make you feel bad because the thing about doom scrolling is you see so much negative crap. Like, it's not even funny. But you see so much, and it does affect your mentality. It makes you feel a lot worse. I notice nowadays because I've become more conscious about it. If I catch myself doom scrolling, I immediately get off. I put my phone on the charger and I leave it in the other room. Because it's not worth it. It's not worth affecting your mental energy over this. Like, you know how many times I've seen that World War III is supposed to start this week? Hello. That scared me a little bit. Like, it's not worth psyching yourself out over it. So I get on there, I look at what I need to look at, and then I get off. And I think everybody should try to do that if they can. I mean, it helps me anyway. So I throw that out there for you guys as well. But, you know, kids are the same way, though. They should have access to some of this stuff. And you should teach them how to use it responsibly. You know? Like I said, there's nothing wrong with TikTok, but it was such a new thing that our parents didn't know how to respond to it. They didn't know how to teach their kid to use it wisely, you know? And so, well, it's not entirely fair to place all the blame on the parent. At the end of the day, the kids are choosing to do what they want to do with it. So I'm not necessarily saying blame the parent, but the issue was more so how much it was used. I mean, our attention spans now are awful. They're so awful. You know, people can't... One or 2 seconds of silence is enough for a lot of people to click off a YouTube video now. And it's concerning. It's concerning to me anyway. I mean, I catch myself with my attention span. I'm trying to rebuild it. My mom even, and she's not a millennial. She's not Gen Z. She's even caught herself a couple of times saying like, you know, I've realized my attention span's kind of going down. I need to be willing to sit there and watch an ad. You know, I need to be willing to I need to be okay with not getting what I want when I want it. She's even had to do it because this is something none of us were raised for, you know? So I think some of it is also just due to the fact that it's just so new to us all. We're looking back at it with hindsight saying, well, if insert group here would have done something about it, we would be just fine. Well, yeah, insert group here could have done something about it, but they didn't know. This was new to them too. So I don't know. I'm just yapping. I get my schedule tomorrow for my classes. I am praying they don't give me Spanish at 7 a.m. when my brain just turns off. And no math last when my brain is broken. Or we could go on about the school system. Oh gosh. I could go on about it, but I don't want to because I didn't live in it. I don't feel like it's fair for me to necessarily criticize it except for what my friends have experienced. The thing a lot of Gen X is a lot of Gen X, for example, will say the same thing. Letting the iPad parent your kid is not parenting, while bragging in the same sentence about having zero supervision when they were kids and being out until dark with no parents having no idea, like, where. Like, come on, can you not see the hypocrisy? Yes, absolutely. And, you know, it kind of comes from the fact that, like, I've had a good amount of good parents in my family. You know, my mom had very good parents who, you know, they made sure that she at least, you know, called them if she was going out. And, you know, she didn't get to go see every movie she wanted to go see, you know. They were very involved. You know, there may have been days where they didn't know where she was, but they didn't let it... They knew where she was, ideally. What? What? Can somebody... Yo, can you take this and give us 2 stacks, then give it back? Okay. Take it. I think that's what you guys wanted, right? No? I thought that's what you guys wanted. I took 2 stacks. No, and give us the stacks? Oh, okay, I see. Okay. There you guys go. Enjoy. Okay. But yeah, no, like, I just come from, I guess, probably a pretty good background in terms of, you know, my family's always watched out for their kids. So I would say that's probably why I have the viewpoint I have. Where absolutely there are a ton of hypocrites out there, and I think, you know, take the plank out of your eye, buddy, before take the plank out of your own eye before you try to take the speck of sawdust out of somebody else's eye, you know. Like, yes, don't let the iPad parent your kid, but don't you know, you're also the guys bragging about not having parents. And on top of that, you should probably also, you know, butt out to a certain extent. If somebody's asking for help, sure. If you're part of that generation who is, you know, struggling, sure. Or find a nice way to say it, even. But just saying something to the effect of, you know, you're not even parenting, like you're just handing your kid an iPad, that's not helpful. You know, until it's actually like, you know, unless you can actually see that it's actually harming the kid, honestly, just don't even say anything. And you can even make a general statement, just don't, like, go and, like, trash somebody. What's up? Oh. Okay. Anyway, let me catch up. I think 12 is the age where they're, when they're smart enough to not get raised by whatever and deserve privacy of not being watched when what they do on their phone or console. And honestly, even then, I still want them to ask. You know, my parents, they didn't care what I did usually when I was like 17 or 16 even. But they, you know, they still wanted to know. They wanted me to ask before I did something. You know, like that's not a bad system, honestly. And you know, I'd always say something to the effect of, "Well, insert person here didn't have to do that." What? What do you guys want? I'm so confused. Did you hand me something? No? Okay. I'm so confused. Okay. That's fine. See, to be fair, it's... Oh, yeah, but anyway, you know, I'd say insert friend here doesn't have to do that with their parents. So it's like, yeah, no, but insert friends here's parents, let them turn into a drug addict. I'm not blaming the parent necessarily on that one, but one scenario I can think of in specific. It probably wasn't the parent's fault that time, but there are times where that is the parent's fault, where they go, yeah, you can hang out with any of your friends whenever you want. Of course you can go and not tell me. Like, just get out of the house, you know? It's like, yeah, I know, vet your kid's friends a little bit. Your kid might not like that you're, you know, being a little bit nosy about that, but not all those kids are always good. And sometimes it's okay for them to hang out even, but they gotta be a good influence. Hello, Dr. Plexus. Sorry I'm just now getting to your message. How's it going? To be fair, it's not that Gen Z doesn't want to work, it's the fact, it's not that they don't want to work for a pay that will barely even cover rent. That's what I'm saying when I say they don't let corporations abuse them, and I really admire that. Yeah, I definitely get that. That makes sense. However, I think a lot of the issue is, it's not... Sometimes the demands have led to make the situation worse. Some of the well-paying jobs that did exist, the workers basically begged the corporations to give them more money when we were all struggling. Like, for example, when COVID came through, you know, everybody was struggling. That's just the fact of it all. And we would have gotten through just fine due to basic economics if we all just refused to pay the higher prices. Because the corporations physically cannot starve us. Like, it cannot happen. The government will either enforce a regulation on it or not. But if they don't, then the corporations have to lower their prices because they got to make a profit. Once they know people aren't buying at the high rates, then it's fine. But instead of that, we beg these corporations to give us more money, to give us a higher raise because we needed to pay our bills. And I get that. I do. But I'm not gonna lie to you. A lot of my friends were like some of the most privileged people in the world, to put it lightly. They did not have a care in the world, and they didn't try to save their money and make it work instead. I was not starving, ever. Did I deprive myself of buying some games some weeks because I couldn't afford it? Yes. I knew friends who were buying a new game left, right, and center, and were like, man, I don't know how I'm gonna make this work. It's like, budget? They're like, but I think I should be paid more, honestly. Like, I should be paid more than you because my job is physically more demanding. It's like, but my job is mentally more demanding. So, I think it evens out. And it's like, well, see, this is the issue. Like, when job wages go up, prices have to go up. When prices go up, homeowners need to make more money off their land, so then rent goes up. Rent goes up, wages need to go up. It's a never-ending cycle. It was fine until corporations started gouging, which is, again, part of the issue. Corporations should have known better, but they're corporations, so of course they're not going to know better. They're going to gouge. But then comes the problem of, we didn't do anything to keep the corporations in check. If we just told them we're not buying and actually followed through and not bought, it would have been fine. The toilet paper rush should never have happened. I don't know why it did. But people immediately, went and bought as much toilet paper as they could. I don't know how suddenly everybody was using toilet paper all of a sudden, but they were. Those shortages were the big issue, and it was all because all of the people. It wasn't just Gen Z. It wasn't just it wasn't just millennials. It wasn't just Gen X or the boomers or any of them. It was all of them. All of them were just rushing out to the stores like they were gonna run out of toilet paper when, we didn't all have to buy it at once. We had, if you just bought at your normal rate, it was fine. But because they were buying all, certain people were buying it all, and a lot of them were doing it to make a profit too. Then it turned into, well, now that they're buying it all, I don't know if they're going to have toilet paper the next time I'm in here. So now I have to buy one. And thus the endless cycle continued until the point where they had to raise the prices on toilet paper so that the supply and demand wasn't messed with. They're making a pretty penny on toilet paper nowadays, guys. It does not cost them that much to make toilet paper. And they're making a very, very pretty penny on it because of the fact that they had to raise prices to keep supply and demand. The school system is terrible. It's leading to a cause of depression, which leads to neglection from parents due to a letter, which leads to, what it leads to. Twitch won't let me say it, dang. So, school system reform, in my ideal mind, goes back to teaching people just the basics so you can shorten down your school days. You teach them your math, you teach them their English, you teach them their science. Those three. And then you have electives. Your electives need to be things that are actually useful skills, like personal finance, like home cooking, like how to do your taxes, which should be covered in personal finance. But if it isn't, it should be in there. Because the truth of the matter is, how you build a strong country and how you build a strong civilization is off of those core skills. People who can cook, people who can, budget, they're going to do better in life in general. They're going to have a stronger will to live, which leads to their product of work turning out better. I notice, for myself especially, the videos I make on the days that I'm happy, they're better. The streams I do on the days I'm happy, they're better. The days when I'm not feeling it, because I'm not satisfied with where I'm at on my monetary goals, because I'm stressing out about it, or the fact that I'm, you know, not where I want to be on insert goal here, because nobody will teach me it. I feel like I'm doing worse, therefore I feel worse about myself, therefore my product suffers as a result of it. But why? Why would you do that? So, yeah, school needs to kind of scale it back. They're teaching too much. They're throwing too much at the wall hoping it sticks, and they need to tone it back. There's no sense in teaching people geometry if they don't need to know it. I do use geometry from time to time, but just teach people how to Google. And if they're going to use it in their field, they should learn that at university or college or whatever they go to. That's a personal opinion, though. I'm sure somebody has a counterpoint, and it probably is a very good point. I don't see everything. I'm only human. This is why we have school boards. Now, school boards have failed students in a lot of ways. So, that being said, I'm not trying to excuse it, but school boards are there for a reason. Gen Z have raised the dumbest generation like 60 years. I think we deserve to be criticized. I wouldn't say that. Because my niece and nephew... History. I forgot about history. My bad. History is very important, yes. I'll touch up on that in a minute. Hopefully. I can say, maybe as a whole generation, maybe they are dumber. I don't know. But what I can say is my niece and nephew are like some of the smartest kids I've ever met. They're smarter than some of Gen Z. And it's crazy. Now, again, you know, my sister comes from a very long line of parents who parent their kids. So she had a good, you know, a very good example set before her. They don't have iPads. I think they do now have an iPad at home that they can use sometimes, but it's only if my sister's watching them. They only watch TV like 1 hour a day. The rest they're playing games. They're, you know, drawing on their coloring books. You know, they're going outside. And I think that's awesome. But they truly are smarter than some of the Gen Z I've met, which is crazy. And, you know, one of them is like, what, 5 years old? It's not every day you get to insult somebody by saying, that my 5-year-old is smarter than you, but I think it could be said. Gen Z's kids are like 3 and 4 at this point. We can't really say that you're the dumbest generation. Gen Alpha, mostly have millennial or Gen X parents. Yeah. That's true. Well, still compared to other generations, 3 or 4 years old, they are. You know, there's plenty wrong with Twitter. Twitter itself isn't bad. The way people are using it is. And I stand by that firmly. People should be able to express their thoughts on the internet. People should be able to post on the internet. But what they choose to post, how they choose to post it, how they choose to spend their time on it, that's the issue. Twitter itself is actually a great idea. Facebook itself is a great idea. But the way people are using it is wrong. Social media is a necessity for society to function. Humans are designed to be social creatures. We don't go to social gatherings like we used to. Humans used to go to church. A lot don't anymore. Humans used to go to school. Now you kind of get in and you go out. There's no time for socializing at school. Humans used to go out with their friends to the movies, to the diners. We don't do that anymore. We don't go to the mall. We don't go... There's theme parks, but those are in only certain cities, so you can't go to those with your friends either. There's nowhere to go as a social gathering. So, social media has to stay as it is, because... Or social media has to stay. It may need to change, but It needs to stay because that's the only way humans can connect. Otherwise, we lose our humanity, truly. I watched 1 day and 1 hour of King's stream in July, which only had 11 streams, so I watched half of all streams in July and another 16,000 messages down the drain, or 1,600 messages down the drain. Jeez. I would say inflation always happens before raises. Prices keep rising, but salaries stay the same. At some point, a necessity to ask for more. True. But usually the reason that the inflation happens is due to the fact that corporation gets greedy, customers don't say no. Same thing happens right now, for example, Disney World. I'm guilty of going there. I will fully say I am a part of the problem here. They raise their prices every year, and people keep paying for it. If people stopped paying for it, they'd stop raising their prices. But because people are paying for it, they're trying to see how much money they can milk out of you before you quit going. The movies do it. Stores do it too. So, unfortunately, the problem is we are so ingrained that we have to buy from people. And nobody's willing. There were people willing to be competitive at the beginning of it all. But once they saw that Walmart could get away with it, and nobody was going to compete with Walmart, I mean, with you know, a ratio of 1 to 100, people are staying at Walmart. They'd rather pay more at Walmart than go down to the other store and get something else. So the problem is that you know, we as humans need to learn how to say no. That's kind of the thing. And that's another one of the core classes, or not core classes, but a class they should optionally offer to schools is gardening. Agriculture, really, as an entirety, because farming as an industry is in trouble. So, you know, teaching people how to garden and grow their own fruits and vegetables, that would be awesome. I have a terrible green thumb. I cannot garden for the life of me. Hi, Sam. You know, that would be something that would be kind of like, you know, I can't teach my kids that. Schools should be kind of that kind of thing. I can teach my kids science. I can teach my kid history. I can teach them geography. I can teach them math. I can teach them all of that crap. You know what I can't teach them? I can't teach them how to cook, because I can't cook right now. I'm going to have to learn. So I'm going to do a lot of trial and error. But I can't teach them to cook. I can teach them personal finance, so that's because my parents taught me. There's a lot of people who can't teach their kids personal finance. I can't teach my kids how to garden, though. You know, that's something I definitely cannot do. And it would take me a long, long time to learn how to. And that's what schools should be. They should be something that says, we can do this for you. Carrot? Oh, thank you. You know, schools should be there to assist in education, honestly. And I'm kind of surprised they, you know, have turned into what they've turned into. We're used to getting the bare minimum. Now they're trying to go above and beyond and teach you so much more than what you need to know. That it's filling your brains with so much information that you're regurgitating information, but you're not actually learning. You know, it's all well and good you could tell me what year World War II started, but can you tell me why it was fought? Can you tell me why it was bad that Germany was doing what it did? Can you tell me that? Because if not, you're not learning history. You're memorizing history. And there's a fine difference between the two of them. It's very small, but there's a difference. Learning is giving you the knowledge of it, and you learn a lot of the background information, and you learn a lot of the whys when you're learning about something. You're being taught a lot of the whys. where when you're memorizing it, you're looking at a piece of paper or what your teacher is telling you, and you're going, okay, you know, it's 1800s or 1900s, whatever, and you're going, okay, this and that and this and that, and you're just going on and all of this stuff, and it's like, you're not learning the whys. I still don't know why I was taught geometry. They've never taught me geometry. They taught me geometry, but they want you to memorize geometry. They never taught me the whys of why you need to learn geometry. They say, you might need this for a job later down the road. But all those jobs that you need geometry for teach you geometry in college. Because they know nobody remembers geometry by the time that they know by the time you get to college that you're not going to remember your geometry you learned in high school. Let's see. This Enderman, right, just knocked me off and I logged out. Is there any way I could get assistance or am I doomed? You might be doomed. You very well might be doomed. Beer back, gotta eat. Alright, sounds good, Swiftu. I think after preschool you should be taught maths, English, science, life skills, and then 3 of your choice. I'd say history is still very important to know where you came from and where we went wrong in the past. Yes, exactly. And that's why I'm not a huge fan of the censorship on a lot of history that we have. You know, I recognize what the South did in the Civil War was horrible. But we need to teach that side of history because that's how we see that they're bad. Just saying that there was a civil war and it was fought for the freedom of all people in the United States, especially for the slaves. That was one of the big issues because it was taxation without representation in a lot of states as well because they were being taxed so poorly. That's why, fun fact, West Virginia split off from Virginia because of that. They're like, we don't own slaves, so I don't see why everybody else is so worked up about the fact that they can't own slaves anymore. Because we're being taxed, and Virginia over there, they're so wealthy, and they're all the representatives in our state. So we're just going to split off from them and help the North. They kind of did it out of spite, which is kind of funny. But, you know, that was the war where we tried to, you know, outlaw slavery. That's important to learn. And we need to learn why it's bad that slavery exists. It still exists today. And I'm not going to get into all the deep stuff there because that's a topic for another day and from another person who's well more educated on me on that. But I can tell you it's happening today still. So history is very important. Beyond that, you know, like I said, World War II, we need to know the whys. Why did that happen? Why is it bad? Yeah. I'd like to read what your thoughts here are, Wolf. I love history. It's my favorite subject, but I don't think before World War I is important. Like history, you should be taught the basics of World War I, World War II, the Cold War, and modern conflict. And that can be done in 1 to 2 years with 3 hours a week. I would say, I mean, you're covering some pretty important stuff. World War I, World War II, Cold War, modern conflict, which would probably cover like our the war on terrorism from the U.S.'s perspective there. It would now cover the stuff in Ukraine and Palestine and Israel. It would also, you know, cover. Well, I already mentioned the war in the Middle East with war on terror. I was gonna say 9/11, but that's already in there. Vietnam, that's another one I forgot about. But I think you need to cover some of the earlier stuff as well, like the it's important to kind of remember the Greeks, the Romans, you need to kind of be aware of how some of that stuff started. Like, oh gosh, that is creepy. That is a villager. I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of things in the end. Which one's the actual Enderman farm? So when you TP through the portal for the end, it's behind you. So right when you get on the platform, you just turn around, and there should be a pretty long tunnel to the Enderman farm. But you know, knowing those things is pretty important. I would even argue that learning some of those ancient human history things is very important, just due to the fact that as a society that could very quickly collapse, we are not a sustaining society, guys. I know it's scary to think about, but we're really not. We are actually nearing the point where the population could be on a birth decline, which is not good. But we're not a sustainable society. All it takes is a nuclear war, for example. Let's go worst case scenario, nuclear war. We've been on this for 50 years. This has been something that our parents have had to worry about. So it's not likely that it'll happen. But let's say it did. Learning how those ancient humans went about living is very important. How they fought their battles. You know, how they set up the first aqueduct systems. You know, learning that kind of stuff is important, because that's how, if you tell your young how to rebuild society if it ever failed, then your society will never actually truly fail. It'll always come back. That's what we need to be teaching young people, honestly, is life skills. And history is a big part of that, I would say. And honestly, they should kind of offer a class that's kind of like a rebuilding society class, where it teaches you how to take care of yourself entirely. So this week, we're going to focus on home cooking. Next week, we're going to teach you how to grow the food that you would use from home cooking. Then the week after that, we're going to teach you first aid. The week after that, we're going to teach you how to build a shelter if you were ever in a place that didn't have shelter, you know, if you were in the middle of the forest. I think all that would be really awesome. I think in a history class in early years, to learn about general human history, then world's bigger conflicts, and then your personal country's history, and then later years, a weekly class about modern conflicts and events around the world to keep teens informed, have discussions about it, and how to seek out proper information. I think that would be really good, yes. Because I think a lot of the time, a lot of us take fact from face value. That's one of the issues with Twitter. A lot of people use it wrong, and they go on there and they see the first thing that pops up and it says, insert person here said this thing. They said that, but you didn't look at the full context of the scenario. They said that in response to something else, and they said it actually as a joke, and you'll hear them laughing about it before and after. And a lot of people don't do the research on it. So when they see something, they go, oh yeah, this person's horrible. They said insert thing here. And it's like, they didn't actually say that. Or they did say it, but they didn't mean it that way. And I think that would actually be a really good idea, Volth. I like the idea of a modern conflict and events from the world, like a modern history class. History is just the past. So, you know, modern is up to times, I guess. So, you know, your class that's about current events and keeps you up to date. And tells you, like, hey, you know, this is important stuff to know. Here's how we verified our information. We got 2 or 3 sources. On top of that, we also got our, on top of that, we also found the full context of the scenario of insert person here's, you know, speech, or here's some video of insert thing here if you want to watch it. How do you teach general human history? It goes way too deep. If you mean like ancient Egypt or Roman Empire or like ancient China, I think that is completely useless to learn about, but it's really interesting, and I think you should have a choice to learn about that. I mean, that's how I was taught. I don't remember a whole lot of it, unfortunately, but we learned about ancient human civilization, Mesopotamia, for example. No need to go super in depth, but just learning a bit about it to see where we came from. And that's very important, yes. Kind of going back to it, you know, just saying like, and honestly, go back to the very beginning and say like, these are how we think the world, you know, came to be. And give a couple of examples, because that's the thing. And this is one of my issues with schools. They teach every theory as fact, and it's not right. You know, I'm not saying they need to go in there and teach the Bible. I'm not saying that as a biased Christian. I am a Christian, but I'm going to be honest here. They don't need to go in there and teach the Bible. But if they're going to go in there and teach, for example, the Big Bang Theory, they need to teach it as a theory. And a lot of times they go around teaching it as fact. Same thing with the evolution theory. They teach it as if it's fact, which it's, you know, and I can see their evidence for it. I just don't see it lining up to me. It makes much more sense, for example, with Big Bang Theory especially. It makes more sense that it could be put here by a being that we've never seen, that has been documented in one of the oldest books ever, then it makes sense for a rock from space to make an explosion. And we don't know where that rock came from, except that we say space dust, but we can't tell you where the space dust came from. Like, I recognize my thing sounds outlandish to a lot of people. So, I'm throwing that out there. But, at the same time, to say a big rock made an explosion that created everything is also pretty outlandish. To say we just came from little creatures that were in the ocean that basically grew legs and decided to stop breathing in water sounds pretty crazy to me. Especially because there's nothing... I don't see a clear definition of how we went from that to monkey to now. You know, theoretically we would have still an in-between phase there that still lives, but we don't. And that doesn't make much sense to me. But, like I said, because schools teach it as fact, I'm supposed to just kind of sit here and say, yes, this is the way it is, because otherwise, you know what happens? Those really cruel kids look at you and point and laugh and say, you're dumb, you didn't learn that in school. And they'll say, then they'll fire back at your homeschool teaching and say, your homeschooled self got yourself in this position, you're gonna get bullied for it because you don't believe the same. It's like, no, that's the wonderful thing about theories. You don't have to believe it. It's the cool thing about religion too. You don't have to believe it. Like, I'm just yapping at this point. But I don't know. See, I guess my main point, going back to it all, about why I started that, was to teach one thing as fact when it is labeled as a theory is wrong. So if we're going to teach people about the beginning of the world, we got to teach them all the various ways that we think it could be. And just say, hey, we don't have enough scientific evidence to prove that this is the case. We don't have enough scientific evidence to prove this because we can't observe it. That's fine. But I think to teach everybody that it's just like, oh yeah, this is a theory and this is the generally accepted idea, is like, well, that's stopping scientific progress, because you're telling everybody, we're okay with this answer. This is satisfactory to us. It's like, if you're going to teach it, teach them all the ways. Teach them everything. Because if you teach everybody all of that stuff, if you teach everybody, like, you teach everybody everything about what we think the Earth could have been created by, then you're bound to create somebody who can solve it. That's kind of, I guess, more so my point. Let's see. I think it's good to be cultured about the world, and that's how we avoid people in small towns not knowing anything outside of their own little towns and spreading misinformation on what they don't know. But it's also how you avoid people in big towns spreading things about small towns that they don't know. It's a double-edged sword. But yes, you are correct. It's good to be cultured regardless of population status. Let's see. Funny thing is, I would say I had the most history knowledge in my entire class, however, because I didn't structure my sentencing correctly, I got a pretty bad grade. That's rough. That's pretty rough. Let's see. Do you think a lot of history taught at school is altered to not be as controversial? Yes, absolutely. Just look at Columbus being hailed as a hero instead of a genocidal maniac. We're on terrorism mention. My dad fought there. Rah, let's go. Mad respect to military members, by the way. I didn't mean any disrespect by saying that we shouldn't have fought that. It's just, in general, if everybody was taught that war equals bad and taught the actual circumstances that we go to war for, maybe, just maybe, a lot of lives could have been saved. Now, do I think it was good for us to go there? Yes. But do I wish that the opposite side was taught to not mess with America? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay. Like, the European slavery was horrible, yes, but you have to teach that slavery had been a thing for thousands of years before it. The amount of people who blame everything on white people is crazy. My country was colonized by Europeans, and the Europeans also ended slavery. Like, there's two sides to everything, and they should teach both. Absolutely. Everybody, every culture, every continent had slavery at one point in time. Okay, maybe not every continent. The Arctics may have not had slavery, but every single country did have slavery at one point in time. Every people did do slavery. We're just the people that popularized it because we did it last. But you also needed to be taught in, for example, the United States history. Who sold their own people to the United States? Like, yes, it was horrible we were buying them. And it goes back to what I was saying about inflation of, we're buying more expensive food, so of course they're going to keep selling us expensive food. If we would just buy the cheap stuff, it would be better. We kept buying people, so of course they're going to sell us people. So, yes, shame on us, but also, we weren't just kidnapping people. So, cover the whole history. Yes, I agree with you, Alex. I'm not saying that as a person of... I'm not trying to say this to mask anything. I'm trying to say it that we unmask everything. You know, it's one of those things where I feel like we're always being shouted at, being told that we're wrong. When in reality, it's not my fault what happened 200 years ago. So don't blame me, you know? And I think maybe a psychology class could do very well for everybody as well. Understanding themselves is pretty important. I'm back. My parents want me to send them our MCC app. Is there anything in that, you know, they might not like? I can't remember. I would watch it yourself just to see. Because I'm not really sure how your parents feel about everything. What did I come back to? Me going off on the school system. One thing I'm happy the UK does is teach the German side of World War II and why they went all genocide crazy. Yeah, and that's very helpful. Because you know one thing about it? Not every single German wanted to do what they did. And that's a hard truth, because you have to realize that people that were inherently good had to do bad things because their family was held at gunpoint, because they had no other choice. Now, some of them were absolutely down for killing anybody and everybody. Some of them were down for killing just the certain people that they put in the Dutch ovens. But not all of them. Not all of them were bad. Some of them just lived in a bad place at a bad time. My flopping game crashed. It did it twice. Oof. Why do we fall so we can learn to pick ourselves back up? Exactly. I think being forced to learn about Christianity in schools is super outdated, and students should be taught all religions and also teach the problems with them so they can make up their own decision on what religion they follow, or if they don't believe any. Exactly, and that shouldn't be taught young kids either. I'm not even saying we should be educating our 5-year-olds on Christianity, even though, you know, that's like, that would be something that would be beneficial to my religion. No, I'm not saying that. In school, you should be taught that probably in high school, when you're actually able to educate yourself properly on it, and they'll give you the very basics of it. They'll say, here's what the Bible says. This is here what the what is it? The Jewish law, the Torah. This is what the Torah says, which is just like the first 4 books of the Bible, but they don't believe the same thing Christians do. And here's what the Mormons believe. Here's what the Muslims believe. And, you know, all of it. Cover all of it. And even go into the Greek mythology. Why did those people believe what they believed? When do we estimate that some of this stuff was founded? What method did we use to determine that? What's the error ratio? That's another thing that's really, really funny to me. We use carbon dating as a method to solve time. But it's like this huge range. And it's like, it could be as young as this, but as old as this. And a lot of times people use that to just support their fact, so they don't cover the full range. They'll just use the high end or the low end. But it's like, give us the whole range. It's this to this. But yes, anyway, I'm rambling. I'm not saying they force anybody to learn anything and all of it about it, but I think it's good for you to teach certain aspects of it. So this is where, you know, Christians believe the world came from. This is what the Big Bang Theory is. You know, this is what I don't know all the religions here, so you're gonna have to forgive me if I forget one. Jews believe the same thing as Christians on where the world came from. I'm not sure what the oh shoot, I'm forgetting and I feel really bad. There's a lot of religions out there. This is what Buddhists think. There's another one. Hinduism, you know, teach them all of it. I'm not trying to censor anybody. I genuinely think all of that should be taught in high school, honestly. Give everybody that choice and let it be. Because I'd rather everybody know a little bit about everything. That way they're educated when they walk into it. Because too many times you see somebody who doesn't know anything about, for example, Christianity. And so you know what they'll say? Something to the effect of, you know, they'll say really disrespectful stuff like, Sky Daddy, you know, go pray to your Sky Daddy, whatever. Like, you're very uneducated on the subject if that's what you're walking into it with. And I think it would give everybody a more rounded respect for other religion as well. Even if you don't believe it. Like, I have respect for other religions. I can respect how they hold to it just as strong as I hold to mine, you know? I think it's very fair. I don't think anybody should be forced to turn from theirs. I live in America. We have freedom to, we have religious freedoms here. So, I think it's wrong to force anybody, but I think at the same time, you need to teach the absolute basics if you're going to teach theory in school as well, of other theories. Because if you're just chopping and choosing certain theories, you are inherently spreading theory as fact. That's what I'm trying to say. I think the thing with the word theory is that in science, a theory is the highest point an explanation can get to. It's not just, oh, my theory on how this thing happened is this. No, it's, oh, this thing that's been verified and tested countless times is the best explanation or not. We have at that moment. There's no fact in science, only theories that are always questioned to always make sure they're still relevant. For example, gravity is still a theory, but in a few hundred years, there hasn't been a better explanation that's come around. Isn't the highest thing a law because gravity is both theory and law? Cosmic expansion is a law. Kepler's law is quite literally a name. You had me questioning for a moment. From a quick Google search, they seem to be different things on about the name level for a different purpose. My gravity example might not be accurate. And today I learned. Interesting. Cool. I did not know. Yeah, but like that's the thing though. Perhaps they need to use a different word then. Because like I said, I've tried to understand the Big Bang Theory. It just doesn't make sense. To say that space dust came from nothing and then made a rock and then blew up, and now we have the Earth. That's just the same as saying the world came from nothing. Nothing that can be seen anyway. To me anyway. I can get why people believe it, because with nothing else to believe, you know, if we're just taught that that's the best we can do, sure, that's fine. But it couldn't be observed. I've never seen space dust just show up and create something out of nothing and blow up to make that something. Like we see stars get born, right? That's something. But do we see much more? Like, we don't really see, I don't know, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but have we ever seen a planet explode and then show up? I just don't get it. I really don't. And maybe that's a misunderstanding of what happens with it, but you know, that's just me. We were also pretty early in our ending of slavery. Most countries waited to see what happened in America to decide what we would do. True. I'm listening to, and while they watch to see what happens, these walls are paper thin. Oh no. Okay, sounds good, Swifty. Good luck. I had a secular religions class in high school where we learned about different religions, and honestly, one of my favorite classes. The teacher was mostly what made it so good. He was very passionate and brought us on field trips to mosques, Buddhist temples, etc., to places we could eat foreign foods. He was doing fun class activities like separating us in castes, like in India for a class or two. Really fun time. That is awesome. That is really, really awesome. That is really cool. This is basically a podcast. At this point, it is, yeah. In my opinion, the Big Bang was in Genesis 1:3, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And that is a very common theory, actually, that the space dust was put there by God, and He said, "Let there be light," and that was the Big Bang, you know. But then you get into things of origin of humanity after that. So, you know, that gets you to where, you know, God made mankind in His image. Well, does God look, you know, similar to a monkey or an ape, or does He look like the things before that have evolved into it? Did they look like crabs, you know? It's one of those things where it's like, how far do we go with teaching it? And so that's why it's a slippery slope when you say you want to teach where we came from, because it's not always the same. My problem with religions in general is that in science it's okay and even encouraged to say I don't know, therefore I will try to figure it out. In religion, it's my grandfather's 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 grandfather believed in this exact same thing that we still do, so don't go question it. And that's the problem with some of the people, but not so much the actual texts, because the texts actually do tell you. The problem is most of the people don't even read their own texts, because if they did, they would see where it says, love your neighbor as yourself. But it doesn't also say to encourage, sin. So when you get into it all, it really comes from the fact that people who say they are something aren't doing the things they are told. And it kind of, I guess, and I can say this as a Christian. Christians suck at that, okay? A lot of us do. I'm not trying to generalize here, but a lot of Christians are in that boat. They don't read their Bibles. They don't know what it says. But if they would just read their own Bible, they would see what it says. They would know what it says and know what to believe if they truly believe what it says, you know? So I can say that. Nobody come at me. Read your Bibles if you're a Christian. This is me not trying to point out the speck of sawdust in your eye with a plank in my eye. It's just me observing something that I see in my community. And to touch on that, religion and science can go together as well, I think. Like Pi said, the Big Bang could theoretically be already mentioned there. There's another one. The global flood is mentioned in several mythologies, which tells us that there probably was a global flood. People always say, well, what about the dinosaurs? We have lizards today, we have birds today. That's what people would say are, you know, closely related to dinosaurs or whatever. You know, in the Bible it says there was an ark. That's what they used to what was it? To house the animals. So, you know, and they only took 2 of each kind. So that's how we get to the point like microevolution. That could very well be real. You know, that's how we get different dog breeds. That's how we get different cat breeds, different types of bears and elephants, and we used to have different types of rhinos. I don't know how many still exist today, but we used to have different kinds. You know, all of that existed differently. So, you know, we believed in all of that. I believe in all that anyway. And I can see and observe that there are different animal breeds of the same type. And I would say that, you know, that's the best evidence I've seen for evolution is microevolution. You know, that makes sense to me. But people always ask, like, where's the dinosaurs and stuff? Well, global flood actually kind of has some evidence in actual, what is it? In science, I mean, the we believe we found pieces of the ark. I believe it was somewhere in Turkey, I think. It's been a while since I looked into this, but we believe we found pieces of it there. Which they've been hunting for that in a long time. Then we've also got the fact that, like, some animals have been well preserved due to permadirt and being frozen in ice, which, you know, we would look at that and say Ice Age. Well, you know, hear me out. Ice Age could, you know, possibly have happened, you know, right around the time of that flood in certain parts of the Earth. A lot of people say the supercontinent, Pangea, existed. What if I told you that maybe when the lands started to shift, that's when the water came up and caused that flooding to happen? You know, there is so many possibilities here, and maybe during the time of the flood, that's when the continent started to shift a little bit. You know, there is, science doesn't have to be exclusive to a religion. And that's what I hate so much about scientists and religious people sometimes, is they think they're mutually exclusive. It's not. It's not. Here's your hydrate for us, thank you. Oh my gosh, hang on. Enough. All right. I don't know what that was. Here's your dab. Let me make sure I'm all caught up. Let's see. Let's see. You know, now I remember the one thing I'm genuinely shocked we aren't taught is that the people who profited the most from slavery were African kings, warlords. I'm not going to go deeper into this. I don't want to turn this into a religion debate because I can get heated on it. That's fair. That is fair, both. And, you know, from that point of view, I can respect knowing your limits. That's a big one. I'm used to people pretty much always testing me on it because today's day and age, apparently it's kind of okay to talk down to any religious people. And, you know, for example, the Sky Daddy comment I made earlier is one that I hear a lot. And, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's irreverent not just to, you know, who I say is God, but it's also irreverent to what I believe, you know, and who I am. You know, when I believe that that's my core value, like, I'm used to standing up for it now because it's just like, today's day and age, it's kind of the cool thing. And, you know, I'm cool with it not just being the standard thing of everybody's Christian. That's not right. You know, we're not going to do that. I think that's completely and totally wrong. You know, would I like to see that happen? Sure, but I want it to be a genuine relationship with God, not just doing it because, you know, mom and dad took me to church and I've just kept going. It's like, no, we're not doing that, buddy. We ain't doing that. The main thing backing up the reason I'm an atheist is the fact we have, like, living proof evolution exists, like bacteria evolving to become immune to some antibiotic, and fossils that prove the Earth is older than what we were told in religious texts, from what I know. See, but that's the thing. A lot of the dating methods they use on those fossils are huge ranges and have been kind of proven to be a very big variable anyway. Like, for example, here, let me pull up. Let's see. So, I'm assuming you're probably using carbon-14 as, like, the dating method there. So, let's see. I'm trying to find the right source here for you. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is the article I read. And, like, obviously, yeah, it comes from somebody of my own people. So, like, if you want to read it, you can read it. It might be a little bit biased. I'm sure, you know, any place you go is actually kind of biased for the most part. We could get into a whole debate about the news being biased, but we're not going to do that yet. But you can, yeah, you can check that out if you want. It's up to you. I really don't. I'm not here to convert you guys. I'm just here to kind of give you my point of view. I was on the SMP and was restarting my house and stuff. Accidentally fell down a hole and couldn't find where I was. And now I'm basically fresh meat. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, Frost. I believe there's God, but not in a religious way. I believe there's a higher power. Deist, yes. That would be the one. I'll call my bad on that then. I don't believe in a religion, but I do believe in an afterlife. That's fair. If you're talking to me, you're fine. This too. I can't tell how they really thought. They didn't really talk much during or after. Well, I mean, that's a good sign. Did he get scared at Cape Spit? Yeah, I figured. I figured, Swifty. That was kind of my only thought, but I wasn't really sure. Didn't mean for you to choke. That's fine for you to have your own opinion and lifestyle. Don't ruin that for others because you don't agree with them. Exactly. And that's all I ask of people. Like, I'm not trying to convert you. Like, I don't know if I still have it. I think at one point in time I posted it. I know I still have the post up. But I was thinking of changing my bio on Twitter to include Christian. But I've seen too many people where it's on there, and that's like all they get hate for. And it's like, geez, come on. Hate somebody for something else. Like, you can hate me for anything, and that's what you're choosing. But I posted like a cross one time on there, like a cross. It was Palm Sunday. For those of you who don't know, that's the day that Christians observe that Jesus got on a colt, a foal of a donkey, and rode through Jerusalem, and they used palm branches to prepare the way for him. And so I posted a palm leaf on there, and I remember somebody got so mad on there. I think they took down the comment eventually, because I seem to remember I reported it just because it was very hateful and just like, why? And it's like they just really, really decided that they want to like they really want to go off on me over something that has no bearing on them. Permutating is usually only accurate the more recent the item came into existence. Yes, that's basically what the link says there. I think that everyone can believe what they want as long as they don't force it on other people and as long as it isn't harmful. Like, if someone thinks that a giant squid made everyone, cool. There's no reason to put people down about it unless they're forcing their ideologies on others. And that, my friend, is the correct point of view there. And that's why you and I can all have a civilized conversation, because we all share a similar view of that, where I might not agree with you, and you might not agree with me, and we might not agree with the other guy. But we can all agree on the fact that that doesn't stop us from being friends. And that's awesome. I don't believe with a lot of things Christianity makes them believe. When you say makes them believe, what exactly do you mean by that? I'm curious. Bro knows the lore. I'm enjoying this conversation. I'm enjoying having it, honestly, because I think the thing about it is it's healthy to have these conversations, you know? Not only is it healthy for me to tell you guys about what I believe, but it's healthy for you guys to tell me what you believe. And, you know, sometimes you guys pose interesting questions that I'm like, I didn't think about that before. I'll go check that out. And then I look it up, and, you know, I find out, oh, so this is why. And then I can come back the next day and I go, hey guys, so I looked up that question you guys had. This is why. And it's like, oh, that's awesome. And, you know, we just kind of have that back and forth. And, you know, at the end of the day, like, if any of you have questions about it, my DMs are open. Like, I would talk to you guys about Jesus all day, every day, if you would let me. But if you don't want to, I'm not gonna go straight to your DMs over it. Like, you know, I'm content with you guys just asking your questions when you want to ask them, because, you know, it's kind of a part of my job as a Christian, you know. It says something to the effect of go out and make disciples of all nations, right? Well, you know, I might not necessarily be preaching at you guys, but I'm telling you guys what I believe. It's giving you guys a little bit of an idea of what it is, and I'm not saying it with the intent of converting, but rather just saying, like, hey, this is what I believe in. If you guys if this is what you guys if you guys want to know more, than, like, you know, this is Christianity, like, let me tell you about it. Okay, I don't believe there's a load of unproven stuff with atheism and religions, so I don't know if I would put myself in either. I just like existing, and that's fair. That is absolutely fair. Just don't be a butthole, because we all have different opinions. That's how I feel. Yes, exactly. Just some of the ideas with Christianity I don't really agree with, like the idea of Christianity. I like the idea of Christianity, but I don't like how they just hate every homosexual person or anyone in that realm. And see, that's the problem. It doesn't say to hate them. It doesn't say to hate them. Now, that's not me saying what it says is right, or, you know, that insert group here is right or wrong. What I'm saying is Christians should never hate. That's not our job. Our job isn't to judge. We aren't the executioner, we aren't the jury. Our job is to be there. Our job is to love our neighbor. And our job is to go out and make disciples. Now, I will say this. Some people have chosen to make themselves a target to the church intentionally. That's not cool. To go out and try to debate somebody and then come back and say that this person is, you know, harassing me when you went to debate them about what the Bible says. That's wrong. Some people have done that. Some people have done that. But at the same time, it doesn't make any hate on either side right. Christians are just as guilty of hating other people as people are guilty of hating Christians. And if it weren't for Jesus, I could tell you this, I'd probably be a pretty hateful person. It's easy to be. It's why I don't get so stressed up over, you know, over this. You know, this existence. Like, World War III is just around the corner. It's been around the corner for 50 years. Like, okay, and I know what's going to happen to me if a nuke drops on me just a second. I'm going to go ahead and get this hydrate and then a dab. Love your neighbor includes everyone, not just Christians. Exactly. Exactly. To be fair, actual atheism doesn't make any claims. It only refutes claims. I don't have to prove anything. I just go, yeah, I don't believe that because that doesn't make sense. True. Like, sorry if this sounds rude. I'm not trying to be, but I find the Big Bang just as unrealistic as there being an unknown being, and there's so many different versions of this unknown being in different locations. So what's to say one is right and one is wrong? And so I have the belief it's just the human mind trying to make the reason for something they can't understand or comprehend. I see where you're coming from there. However, at a counterpoint, and I'm not trying to convert you, I just want to make that clear. I've said that several times. I'm only saying that so that this clip doesn't come back to bite me in the butt when people say, how dare you not let him believe what he wants to believe. I'm trying to tell you as somebody who is on the opposing side. All the others say something similar, yes. However, usually, and I'm pretty sure most, if not all, of the religious texts for that most other religions borrow come from the Bible first. If you look at where they were found and the timing on when those were written down that we estimate, we have a belief anyway that those are older. And so to me, the oldest one makes sense. Is it the oldest one taught? No. Because we didn't write down everything right at the beginning, you know. That wasn't something we just did. But once we started documenting it all, you know, word of mouth traveled, sure. But at the same time, you know, I think you guys get what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say it without, like, getting too deep into everything here. Hey, Roka, how's it going? Jesus ate with sinners. My parents are so against it. They played the Pixar Pride Month short, and they were like, don't ever do that again. read that wrong. I thought you meant as in well done with it. I was so confused for a second. Well done, my faithful servant. If Jesus came back today, religious conservatives would fight to be the one to burn him at the stake. It wouldn't just be conservatives. Jesus wasn't Republican. Jesus wasn't a Democrat, though. He wasn't either. He honestly, he's probably sitting up there laughing at us with just how concerned we make ourselves about politics and how we aren't doing what he says to do. Everybody thinks that everybody thinks that they know. Everybody thinks that they know what the Bible says, but it goes right back to it. They don't read their Bible. They don't read it. You know, it's funny. Way back in the beginning, the people of Israel were out there in, they were like, everybody else has a king. We want a king. Give us a king. And, oh, we're getting raid. Let's pause this conversation for a second, guys. Put a pin in it. Put in a pin in it. Hello, Commander Hawk. How's it going? Welcome to the Stream Raiders. Hello, Roka. Go ahead and follow Commander Hawk if you guys haven't already. He's a cool streamer. Let me shout out him. He was just chatting. Hey, yo, nice. What are you guys talking about, if you don't mind me asking? Let me see if I've got any candy. I'm kind of out of candy, I think. And I should be running low on sugar. I've been doing sugar packets the last couple of days instead. I say the last couple of days. It's been months. There's one. We're just talking about Jesus. That's what we do. But how was your stream, dude? Good to see you. Hello, Lamb. Hello, Commander. Good to see you guys. What up, Legend? Ayo. You're the real legend here, man. Thank you again for the raid. By the way, Commander, I'm working up a plan for a content creator Discord server, and it's gonna be kind of like a startup guide, but also a guide for resources and a place for collabs. Do you have anything that would make that like a must-have for you? Do you like, if you were to make a Discord server, or if you were to join one, what would you want in there? I've been asking a bunch of content creators this question because I've been trying to build something up. Because I've been doing this for 3 years now. I feel like I've got a little bit of ideas of what I would need, but I'm also curious what you guys would need. Here's your candy, by the way, Roka. It's just a sugar packet. Okay. Let me try that again. Okay, see ya Flame, see ya Sam. So I'm planning on making a content creator server, right? And the idea is it's going to be a good place for like new people to start, but also a place for current creators to kind of collab and also bounce ideas off of and such. So what would make it something that's like a must-have for you? Like, what would be like, okay, I need to be there, or this would have been really helpful when I first started, kind of deal. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, because I know you've been streaming a lot, and I know you've been also kind of planning behind the scenes a little bit, so. Oh man, your voice is raspy. Yeah, it's pretty bad right now. His voice goes out a lot because he yaps 6 hours every day. Yeah. Yeah, it does it. Let's see. Yes, do it. I like it. I'm glad. I've been working up the plan still. I'm not anywhere near done. I've begun making the server, but I haven't, like, actually started, if that makes any sense. Like, I made the server. I have a Google Doc with things I need to do with it, but that's about it. I'd like to start onboarding, like, next week or in 2 weeks, ideally, if I can. Bring on a couple of creators, and then let them kind of hang out for a little bit, and slowly just grow it from there. I had to decide if I want to start with doing YouTube suggestions or Twitch suggestions in there, because that's going to be kind of like the biggest groups anyway. Me personally, I like events, guns, cat girls, explosions, but that's just me. Overall, I'd love it if it was like free on doing whatever you'd like to build mods for extra edition of creativity. Hang on. Are we like, hang on. Am I, is this, singing? I'm getting Oscar the Garage vibes. Can you sing these words? I love trash. I can't sing, man. I'm gonna DM you something I need advice on if you're cool with all that. Sure, go for it. Minecraft the musical, gosh. But yeah, I'm trying to make a Discord server. We're gonna see if I can make it happen. But let me see if I can write down some suggestions here. We can get rid of the carbon dating method now. So events. That's a honestly, why didn't I think of that? Events. Like right now I've got some things like how to create your first account, how to set up your streaming software, you know, where to get moderators, how to interact with your viewers, the different styles of streaming, how to get a collab, where to get a collab from, you know, being a place for collabs, you know, a place to get thumbnail feedback and video feedback and stream feedback even. A guidebook that kind of takes you from point A to point B with things like if you want to be a Twitch streamer, then start here. Something like that. And so I think we've got something there anyway. Joaquin, we forgot to tell you earlier, but starting soon, me and a couple of Jerv members are starting a YouTube channel together, and you should totally subscribe to it. It's called JervMC. The second you guys post a video, put it in the self-promo channel of my Discord. I'll check it out, and I'll subscribe on the video. It'll give you a better hit on the algorithm if I subscribe on a video than without the video. But that's awesome. I love that for you guys. Maybe monthly events, everyone, including everyone to make a base, present it, and even content creators can interact with certain things to troll or bless you. Okay, I'm talking like Discord server, like a place for all the content creators to gather up on Discord. I do want to make a Minecraft server though. That will be later though. Soon, something, maybe, possibly. Do we gotta ask to post in self-promo? I asked yesterday, but you kind of responded to all my questions with yes, says Kafuzzled. Yeah, no, you don't have to ask. You guys can post in there whenever you want. There is like a 6-hour timer on it, so you don't spam it, but you can post whenever you want, yeah. There's a real good example server you can follow. There's a server called Mythical SMP. There's a bunch of creators that I watched that made every interaction of something interesting. Yes. That I intend to do that at some point soonish. I hate to put the word soon on there. Going back to our religious conversation, that's a god soon. Like, it's far out in the future, but I do want to do that. you guys will see what I mean, hopefully in maybe a year or two. But I will definitely hit you up on that, Commander. David wants to create a recipe, that's wild. Okay, I'm gonna pick this up. Okay, yeah, I see the timer, awesome. We were also wondering if we could get advice and tips from, and possibly your server that you're developing. Probably. I will probably be able to put you guys in there. And if you guys have any questions, one of you just DM me or at me on Discord and just say like, hey, King, we have a question, and then put your question in there. Either way. But yes, yeah, absolutely, guys. I would love to have you on the server and help you out as much as I can anyway. Haven't seen this name in a minute. Oh man, yeah. Yeah, you guys joined around the same time. Frost, you were like maybe what, a week before? And then Raiden was the following week after, I think. I'll be AFK for a second, so I shall return. Alright, sounds good. Thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it, homie. Raiden took my diamonds. Oh man. I remember so much back then, man. It was awesome. Also, I needed to check, Raiden, you sent something on my thing here. Okay, I will check that out after stream, if that's okay with you. Let's see. I remember when I was flipping out because of the dang diamonds. Also, so many of my clips back then, god tier in my opinion. It was required for the expansion of the tower. My apologies though, I can't English. Oh man, I remember so well the SMP drama back then. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. Was it over the top? Sure, but why not? Like, okay, thank you, King. It took me like 13 hours to edit. I'll post it in the self-promo thing. Awesome. 13 hours is a long time, so I can't imagine it being too terrible. And I will say this much. I've been told that I am boring and that I overdo certain bits. So take what I have with a grain of salt. But apparently, my dementia bit wasn't funny by the third time I mentioned it, according to somebody who I won't say who. It's not anybody in our community. But I thought it was funny. It was funny. I'm not even gonna try to lower myself there on his level. No, it was funny. Oh man, that was a good one. Okay. Let's see. I was a little crybaby over my stuff. I hate being stolen from. Alright, well thank you. Me and Flames are gonna do something, don't know yet. Alright, sounds good. Good luck, man. Good luck. I'll be in the shadows for a bit, like usual. Alright, sounds good, Frost. Sounds good. King, I can't post in the self-promo. Oh no. Hopping off due to camp tomorrow, so good night. Alright, good night, Roka. Thank you for lurk. I'll have to look into what's going on with the self-promo channel and see if I can figure it out. Because certain people are able to post in it and certain ones aren't. So I'm gonna have to just see what that's all about. Anyway. What was I gonna do? Here's your dab. Thank you for the lurk, boys. Oh, I feel old. Why'd I call you? That was like the most old man thing I've ever said. Thank you for the lurk, boys. Okay. I'm turning into my dad. I'm turning into my dad. That's something my dad would say if he streamed, like... Man. Did you ever stretch for me? Yes, yes. I would. That was the back crack, if you may have heard that. Did I dab? I don't know if I dabbed. Let's see. I have a stack of shulker shells, and still no elytra. Oof. Honestly, the amount of people that went and looted them just to sell it is insane. I'm hoping to reset part of the end, maybe this next time we, set the world to a new update, or possibly, I might even do it, I might even see if I do it when we move to the new host. I'll see. Is anyone selling Elytra? Because like I need one. Maybe. Let me see. Sometimes people are selling them, but I don't know if anybody's still selling. If anybody is, it would probably be Bionics, and I don't know if he has any in stock. Yes, 12 diamonds per Elytra in this box here. I was dedicated to finding ships at one point, and I don't know if this is this season or last, but I had an in shop and that had a lot of Elytra. Yes, that was last season. Find another ship. I wonder if it's looted. W's? Maybe. I die in the end and I stick to my villagers and mines. I love the end dimension, but I hate going there just because if I die, it's all over. Like, there's no getting it back. Anyway, Frost, I was definitely pulling a sibling move and aggravating you to see how mad you'd get. Oh my gosh. I'm going mining now. I didn't know that existed. Yeah, yeah. Bionics made that one. There's a city near it that wasn't looted. I had very bad anger issues. That was just straight messed up. Oh man, King Bed Dog, what? Is that what we're gonna call my my signature dog beds that I'm gonna come out with next month? What am I doing with my life? Oh, that was a little bit of a voice crack. Okay, give me a second. I might take a quick little break because my throat is getting pretty bad. I'll force choke you like Darth Vader. You stole my joke. Dog with a blog. Dog with a blog. Now that was a show. I'll answer that tonight after stream. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go grab a water. There's gonna be an ad that plays during the break, so just sit tight. It'll probably be about 3 minutes though, and that means you guys won't get ads when I come back. So I'll catch you guys here in a minute. Okay, we're back. How's it going, everybody? Congrats on your wings, Zelix. To answer your question, the ones for sale did not have enchants on them, so yeah, you're fine. 3 hours isn't bad. I am curious though. Does this shop have any books? Probably not. COI. Okay, yeah, no, it's been cleaned. So yeah, I don't know what you'll do about full enchantment on there. 'Cause you can't use that shop either, and I'm not sure how to fix it, to be honest. So, that's unfortunate. I'm probably gonna find a place for this build and get off for the night. That's fair, Alex. It's getting pretty late for you, so I can't say I blame you. It's actually getting pretty late here too. I mean, it's 11 p.m. So definitely a little later. I don't want to be too far from everything, yeah. Also, are there any rockets for sale? Yes, there's a full shulker box full of rockets in the shop with the wings. And I can't remember how much it is per box, but I think it's like 2 or 3 diamonds per box, I want to say. It might be a little bit more than that even, but I can't remember. But that should get you a pretty decent amount, at least to get started with. Guess what I don't do tomorrow? Work. Hey, yo, let's go. We love to see it. Okay, I think it's time we get back to work up here. Speaking of work, am I right? So where are we at with things? Okay, I think we're done with stone, actually. At least for right now. I mean, we have to do some stone over here. But that's not too bad. And I just gotta figure out, you know, how wide this section is supposed to be, I guess. What shop has the rockets? The same one with the wings. So let me go to spawn. Okay, my game is starting to load a little slower every time I do that. But it's this one with the blue roof. And I think there's a red shulker box on it. Let me see. What's this? Okay, that's a... Okay, yeah. So, okay, never mind. It's 10 diamonds per box. But he has 9 boxes in here, so... If you need, I can spot you, because I know you'll be playing for a little bit. I don't know how many diamonds you got. I have 7. Okay, I got you. Give me a second. Home. I've got diamonds. Slash back. 1, 2, 3. No problem. I gotcha. I haven't had to spend many diamonds recently, so it's like, I might as well help you out, you know? Okay. Fortune 3 is a game changer. My luck is wild. Fortune 3 is insane, yeah. That will help you significantly. I mean, diamonds will be in abundance, that's for sure. I'm kind of excited for where the server's headed, guys. I'm gonna be honest with ya. I can show you the place I found. Yes, please. Let me, TPA. Okay. I think so. Let me, ooh. Okay, that was from Christmas, so that can be torn down if need be. I think so, yeah. You know, you're in a good spot. This is good. I think it's good anyway. The server's definitely going places. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's got the player base coming back. I feel like anyway. I can make like a grand bridge that's been destroyed connected to the land over there. Yes. Um isn't I don't know if you played Elden Ring at all, but I think there's like several like really destroyed bridges in that game. Something kind of grand like that would be really, really cool. Also, I saw your message in staff chat, Pi. I will respond to that tonight, but in short, I don't think you guys will have to do that. I'll basically just kind of put in what I'm thinking for certain roles, and then you guys can kind of just step into whatever you want. You know, the highest priority will be listed first, and then so on and so forth, and maybe I can even give you guys job descriptions there if you'd like. Let's see. I'm gonna play as much as I can till school starts. I think I'm gonna make the cliff in creative and get the schematic for it, then build the world in survival as it goes. That's a good idea. Cliffs are tough. I build a lot of them, but they are tough. It took me a while to get used to it. See how far I can get in a little less than 2 weeks. You got this, Red. I believe in you. Oh goodness, I'm laggy. But yes, I think you can. You'll at least get fully geared, and you have a nice little base. 2 weeks is actually a lot of time, so. So I can destroy this present? I believe so, yes. I don't think it's claimed anymore. I think it was claimed at one point, but it shouldn't be anymore. We did a Secret Santa event on Christmas, and Bionics gave Derek a paper with some coordinates on it, and that was where it led, was to the present. That was a lot of fun. Honestly, I will probably do Secret Santa again this year. It went really well last time. The only issue we had really was just due to the fact that some people didn't show up, and so their gifts just kind of disappeared. I don't remember what we did with them. I kind of remember there being a few gifts that just weren't there to be received, and nobody ever came to claim them. So that was kind of funny, I guess. I'm gonna hop off the server for now, lurk and stream, and build that cliff and grind resources for it tomorrow. Alright, sounds good, Zelix. Much appreciated. Thanks for hanging out, though. Okay. King, I feel so blah. I'm sorry to hear that. It's good to see you, though. We're just chilling. I've hit every topic I said I probably wouldn't touch, and here we are. I talked about religion. I kind of went into political talk, too. Let's see. I talked about school reforming. I've talked about... I mean, I kind of even debated a little bit. I'll take it. I'll take it. Here's your hydrates. Thank you. Okay. I'm super excited for this build. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, I usually last like 2 weeks on a Minecraft server. But I feel like this is gonna last much longer. I expect it to take 3 months to build. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad you're feeling excited about it. That makes me happy to hear. Because, well, not only are you gonna be playing on the server, but also, like, I just like seeing you guys build cool stuff, to be honest. Like, it is awesome what you guys have been able to accomplish just from things I've seen around the server, even. Oh. Okay. So, I need to basically finish terraforming this section. Found a warden nest thing. Help. Oh no. Did you happen to summon it, or is it still hiding? Those ones are fun. I still remember my first time with the warden. Those were the days. Back when there's really nothing I had to ever worry about, like, ever. Because MCC Rising wasn't, like, ever on my mind. You know, I was just happy building my base in Minecraft. That was all I did. There wasn't even anything scary in Minecraft up until the warden. I mean, cave sounds were unsettling, sure, but it's hardly much to fear. Okay. Let's see. Like a dark fantasy castle. I've never done anything like it, and I'm excited to try something new at a scale I've only ever done it with World Edit and Creative. You're in it for the long haul, man. It's gonna be fun, though. Before long, you're gonna be starting to build bases like this, and I can only wish you luck from there. I wish I could say I want to build bases this size. It just kind of happens. You don't choose this life. It chooses you. Let's see. King, you've known me from when my mom picked out my outfits to now being a few months from driving. That's not right. That's not right. Why would you say that? I went in the opposite direction until I get netherite. First time with the warden, I got one shot by his Kamehameha beam and blasted into a different dimension. Oh, that's funny. That I remember Unreal and I were in our first ever ancient city, and we're just running around goofing off, and we're on our final shrieker sound, and I was like, I don't see any shriekers around. I think it's fine to break this. So I broke it, and then a shrieker made a sound, and we both start laughing. The warden spawned right underneath Unreal, and I just bolted out of there. I miss those days. Like, nothing like that will ever hit me, I don't think, ever again from Minecraft, which is sad. But that moment alone was just like, that makes me happy knowing that maybe something like that could happen again from Minecraft, but like, it also makes me sad knowing that there's not much of a chance, you know? Not again, it's here. Oh no. I don't know what it is about you, but you just make me excited to build. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm honored to be that guy, you know? For me, when I was really big into watching Hermitcraft, Good Times with Scar was that guy for me. Like, every time seeing a Good Times with Scar build was like, ooh, I gotta build something. I gotta build something, you know? And I feel like nowadays I don't get to, you know, watch the Hermits enough, but I need to. I need to get my daily dose of Hermit, and maybe I'll build better. We'll see. I'm not liking how this is looking, to be honest. Okay, King, 3 survival worlds in a row where I set my base, I dug into an ancient city. It's not even funny anymore. Dude, your luck is immeasurable. I had my block breaking timed with my music and I had to place a torch. Oh no. Not again, it's here. How big are these things? Huge. King has that plus 1000 build aura. Oh gosh. Luck? No, it is luck. All the exposed diamonds, like, it's all right there. Ancient cities are so much fun. I wish I had a reason to go to them. Like, other than them just being fun. I mean, right now there's no reason for me to go to them because they've all been looted, but, you know, besides that fact, ancient cities are fun. Let's see. Never been a Hermitcraft watcher? Like, I don't even know why you just make one to build. Well, I appreciate it. No! Oh, that was fun. That was fun. Okay. Is there a light Matica for 1.21? I actually don't know. I haven't actually played 1.21 besides the snapshots, to be entirely honest. I really should. I'm hoping to update soon for the server, but I'm still waiting on a couple of things to actually be able to update it. I think it's almost ready. It's just like I don't know if it is yet. Okay. Oh, I'm out of blocks. Oh no. Okay. I guess I'll go get more. I'm hoping to kind of, like I said, I want to get this little... Oh no. That's not fair. That's not even fair, man. That was all lag. Like, you guys could even attest to it. That was lag. Okay. Dude, your creeper sound made my heart rate jump 50. Oh gosh. I used to have a creeper sound alert that you guys could play with, like, channel points. And it scared me a couple of times, but it got to the point where I could tell the difference in loudness between my creeper and the Twitch creeper. And now, like, I've gotten to the point now where I recognize the difference in my creeper volume to the creeper volume of the Twitch streamers I watch sometimes. It's like, I'm so paranoid, because it's like, I'm not gonna get scared over nothing if I can avoid it. Because you guys are cruel with that thing. Between that one and, what was it, the Enderman jump scare was another one, I think. That one didn't last as long, I don't think. We kind of got rid of that one. He's adapting. Oh, I didn't pick up my dirt. Oops. Okay. I'm sorry right now. You deserve someone who will completely accept you for whoever you want to be. That's very nice. I don't know the context, but that's very nice. That sounds cool. You know, the idea works in theory. But, you know, I'm not sure I can deserve somebody who will accept this lifestyle right here, man. Me playing Minecraft all day is, like, arguably destructive. So, like, I like the idea. Not sure the execution could be done, though, to be honest. Respectable, though. Group relationship problems. Ah, I see. That's, I don't want to say that's rough, buddy, because that just sounds insensitive. But for some reason, that's all that's coming to my mind. And I feel like that's probably not the right thing. There's not, like, a right or wrong answer, I guess, but, like, I don't know if I'm not making any sense. I'm just gonna shut up now. Okay, I'm not good at... How do I say this? I'm not good at... I'm gonna say it. It's probably... I don't know. We'll see. I'm not good at feelings. If that makes any sense at all. I'm not good at, like, helping people with theirs, I guess. Like, I'm apparently this really wise person who can read minds and who can, like, offer sound advice, but I don't understand that. I'm gonna be honest. I try, but I don't know. It's alright, I just had a breakup, it happens, you find new people, but what you choose to do with how you feel after a breakup is important too. That's very true. Very true, Raiden. Being 1 year into a relationship is literally harder than being 1 month into a relationship. It is. It's a whole different set of goals. It's a different stage. I mean, it goes from... It goes from here right now to the future kind of deal, I guess. Like, in my mind, if I make it 1 year with somebody, like, my mind immediately jumps to, okay, what's in the future? What's in store for us? And I don't know if that's what you're necessarily going through right now, and you don't have to share, because I know this is a public space, and it's kind of like, yeah, maybe not. But, you know... I definitely can get, you know, things are shifting around and you're finding, it's a new territory. It's no longer, it's not just, let me think of the right way to say this. It's no longer just built on a, like, simple, like, crush or small feeling, right? It's now, like, built upon something more, I guess. Like, you know, it feels like there's more to lose, I guess, because you've spent all that time. I don't know if that's, you know, anything of value or if that's helping you at all. It might just be stressing you out. And if it is, don't listen to me. I'm a little bit of an idiot sometimes. But you know. Sent? Okay. Okay, I see. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. I see. That's a big one. Okay. So I will have to read that after stream because that's a big message, but I see what you're trying to say based off of the little bits that you put in afterwards. I will read that after stream though. But yeah, that's a tough situation, and it does make it complicated. You're absolutely spot on there. I mean, it's not easy, that's for sure. I low-key thought he was breaking up with me the way he worded it. Yeah, that's okay. When it's a message that long too, I mean, I don't know like every little bit of what he said or what it's about, so I can't say with certainty about, you know, if it needed to be that long. But that was a long message. I was like, whoa. Okay. Okay, I need to get over there. That feels like so far away. I feel exhausted placing this dirt. What's wrong with me? I guess mentally I'm probably exhausted. I mean, physically I sound exhausted. You guys can hear me right now. My voice is shredded. And yet, like, at the same time, I can't help but want to place more dirt. Like, this whole section right here is going to get done today. I need to work on the mountains some more. And honestly, I should probably light up down there, too. No matter what happens, I hope you find some clarity and that you have a community of people who can relate to you and help you through it. Yes. Yes, that is well said. I can't think of a way to word it better, personally. Why am I sounding so AI right now, man? I suck at this, guys. I suck at this. I was typing up something yesterday for MCC Island, or MCC Rising, sorry. And I was like, man, this looks weird. Let me put it into a is this AI thing. Now, mind you, I wrote it all by my own hands, and it was flagging as 98.7% AI. I write like an AI. I talk like an AI. I don't understand it. So, you know, that's cool, I guess. Little fact you didn't really want to know about me. Okay. Stupid baby. Okay. No matter what happened, I read that one already. Oops. I've been with my girlfriend for 3 months now, not long, but I feel like we've been able to talk about stuff well when they're upset. But the tough part is when when it's just like, you never know what the other person's feeling. That's true. That's very true. It's alright, King, my mom's a whole RS therapist, and I still have issues conveying some things I feel or think. Feelings are complicated. It's like, to put into words what one is feeling is... It is a very tough, and yet still like a very necessary thing to do. Like, it's not hard for me to say what I want to say in an emotional way. It's just hard because I can't I can't find the words, you know, the words simply, I feel, don't exist to say what I really think, I guess, if that makes any sense. I have a boyfriend to deal with now, so I gotta go have a good rest of the stream. Alright, sounds good. Good luck. You know, and I guess try to have some patience for him. I know it's hard. It's not always the easiest, especially when that topic is up. But you know, you'll get through it. I believe in you guys. Today's been such a stream. We talked about religion, history, politics, relationships, and place dirt. What more could you want, honestly, though? Like, I mean, what else do you guys want to know? I mean, I can tell you the secrets of the universe. You know, fun fact. Trying to think of a fun fact now. I don't actually know one. Oops. Okay. Well, no fun facts for you guys. I'm just gonna keep them to myself. King is just a chatting streamer disguised as a Minecraft streamer. Really though, honestly, like I'm not against talking about certain things. Like I try to stay away from the religious and political discussion because it does get heated a lot. However, I've matured past the point of getting really heated over differing opinions, I guess, and you know, I understand that sometimes it's a necessary conversation to have, especially with the people in our age group. I'm assuming you guys are all around my age anyway. Those are all things that we need to talk about, you know? Politics is not an easy discussion topic, especially when there's two major parties and they're two different extremes. Which the truth of the matter is, in American politics, most people are not on either side in the extreme. They're just being fed ideas that they have to be on that side, but they're not. They're really not. I'm sure it's similar in Europe as well. I don't know how their parties are, if there are parties, but I know it gets kind of heated there too. I've seen some video of when they're in Parliament and such. It gets crazy. But it's a necessary thing to talk about because I talk so much about why Gen Z needs to, you know, for example, Gen Z needs to stop putting out that trash that they call content, the brain rot. They recognize it's brain rot. But I need to talk about these hard things and do it respectfully because I want to lead by example. You know, it's not fair for me to hold everybody else accountable to, you know, lead by this example and then not do it myself, you know? So if I can hold it respectfully, maybe somebody else can do it in the future, you know? I want to inspire you guys to be respectful to one another, regardless of how you think or believe. In Europe, there's parties, but basically every single far-right party has a 200% increase in popularity. A far-right extremist party that got less than 1% last vote got 16 this election, which is crazy. Jeez. I think shouting at people in debates is just, like, rude and childish. Well, that's the thing. It's different. There's a big difference between a debate and an argument. And I feel like that's the problem with debates nowadays, is they're not actual debates. They're just arguing. People think being the loudest one in the room makes you more right. And that's part of the problem with the way media is today. And oh, I'm getting into it. Look what you guys made me do. But news, for example, it's an echo chamber. You know, they assume that because they're the loudest voices, you know, they're in the predominantly, you know, there are very many, there's a ton of areas that have news organizations that are in the predominantly left-leaning fields. That's just a matter of fact. I mean, New York and California, you know, that's where a lot of those news places, you know, host their headquarters. And so a lot of them are just naturally left-leaning. So to say that, you know, most of America is left-leaning just based off of, like, the news and how they cover and portray everything would be completely and totally wrong. Now, that being said, that's not me taking a side. That's just me pointing out, like, a pretty obvious fact. And I'm not saying there's no right-leaning organizations. There's plenty of right-leaning news organizations. In fact, most of them advertise that they are such. There's very, very, very few who are moderate. And that's the thing that America needs, is moderates. Because the truth of the matter is, I wouldn't want to have to pick a side. I would rather somebody who just aligns with the average Joe. But instead, both want to take their steps towards their idea of this golden future for America that isn't really in America's best interest, to put it lightly. You know, there's this thing called, I'm gonna do it. There's this thing called the, authoritarian, tiptoe. And, it's basically, you have this goal. Yeah, right? So you're gonna take this country that you want to take to an authoritarian view. So from point A to point Z. Now, if you jump from straight up point A to point Z, you will get thrown out of office, killed, or just not even elected into position. And that's what these people all do. They're not all shooting for that same goal of authoritarian viewpoint, but they're all trying to make it so slow that you don't notice that they're pushing towards point Z. You know, they're going A, B, and they might skip C. They'll go to D, and maybe they'll skip E as well and go to F. But you notice that time because you're like, wait a minute, we've skipped a couple letters here. What happened? And that's where you realize it's, you know, we got to be careful about who we put into these positions. And, you know, if you like America as it is right now, then you need to vote for people who are supporting policies that will keep it as it is right now. If you like it how it was 20 years ago, then you need to vote for people who want to bring it to 20 years ago. If you want people who are trying to bring it into this different view of what modern countries should look like in your opinion, then you need to vote for people who do such. But the problem is, especially here in the United States with the two-party system that we've got, is that if you want your candidate to win, you have to hope that they're on one of those parties. Even if okay. I'm telling you now, there are better people right now than both the current people we have running for office right now. And I don't know what I'm going to do come November, to be entirely honest, because I don't like either of them. There's no way I'm voting for really either of them. I don't know what I'm going to do. But it's hard to say to vote for somebody else when you might see one as a lesser of the two evils. And that's not fair. That's not fair to basically have to go, I think neither of you should win, but I have to vote for you because I can't in good conscience vote that person. It's like, why can't we be given all the options, you know? I know a lot of that goes into electoral college as well, which is a whole other deal. which we'll get into maybe another day. I really liked how they made that Trump and Biden debate impossible for someone to talk over the other. And that's how all debates should be, honestly. In some debates, it's literally just who talks over who. Exactly. With debates, like, it's not even who's the better leader, it's who's the better speaker, and which I don't believe is right, but it happens so much. I mean, the German man got so far because he's one of the best public speakers in history. Yes, you are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. Red, where is that exactly? I can't see the coordinates it puts in chat when you die. But if you tell me, I will actually probably just fly out there if you want. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Zelix. And one of the things about debates is we've lost the reason why we do it. It's to basically state why you're, a stronger leader than the other guy. But too often times we look at it as, like this person, these policies are better for America. That's what it should be about. But too often we look at it and go, this person crushed him in the debate. And it's like, well, how did he do that? Well, his words, really were just, insert thing here. Insert, not adverb. Adjective. Sorry. Insert adjective here. And it's like, well, that's not what you're supposed to be paying attention to. You're supposed to be paying attention to why he's saying his plan for insert crisis here is better than the other guy's plan. That's why they have these debate questions. But America, and I'm sure if the world has debates as well, they probably have the same issue of people don't understand why we do debates. Like, yes, in school, when you're in debate club, yes, there's a winner of the debate, usually. And it's who makes a stronger argument and can keep their composure in a way that, even if they take a point that is, like, morally wrong and they still can kind of make a convincing argument out of it, that's a winning debate. But you don't necessarily win a presidential debate. Like, we'll crown some people winners, but they really shouldn't have a winner. It's just, it's their chance to say, like, personally, I think his thing is actually destructive, and here's why mine's better. And I don't know. What would I know? I'm just a 20-year-old. Oh, that's a really cool mountain. Let's see. Sadly, a lot of people don't really care about the leaders, what the leaders are going to do. They just seem to, they just go off who seems like the better leader, which is usually the man who can put his voice out there over others. Yeah, you're not wrong. And that's rough. That's really rough. Our newly voted leader claimed they were gonna make voting age 16 and being real, not a single 16-year-old is going to look into who they vote for. Oh, absolutely not. I wasn't even really paying attention to who I was voting for when I turned 18, and I voted that year. Not in the presidential election, but local elections I voted. But when this year I sat down before my primaries and I was looking at everything, and I was like, I don't really know who I'm voting for, but I'm going in there with at least an educated mind. So that way when I went into the voting machine, I looked at it and I was like, okay, I've got to decide. And it was like, I didn't want to have to decide right then and there, but I did. And I mean, my candidate didn't win. I mean, I thought I picked pretty well, but they kind of lost in a landslide to the other candidate. But, you know, that's fine. Like, I can live with that, I guess. Okay. It despawned, bruh. Bruh. Or got blown up by a creeper. That's rough. I'm just gonna dig down there anyway, just for the fun of it. Is it right here? Oh. Okay. Thing is, leader of that far right party is also a meme because he says random brain rot from his cameo. Oh, that's awful. That's awful. 1 to 16%. Amazing speaker. I'm gonna go do everything for another 3 hours and hope for Fortune 3 again. Good luck. Good luck. I believe in you. Oh. Yeah, that's a bummer. Okay, well now I can. Oh, I'm not in a good spot. Okay, let me come down here. / home village. Okay. There we go. But yeah, it's tough. Politics are it's a place, and the problem is, like, you guys might have noticed, I have probably said as little as humanly possible about what I believe in terms of politics. Now, I'm sure some of you guys could probably make a pretty educated guess. There's lightning, I think. Or is that somebody driving their car? That's loud, whatever it is. It's a car. Okay. No lightning in the forecast. You guys probably could guess just based off of some of the things I've said and, you know, who I claim to be. But, you know, I try to remain pretty well, you know, center of the aisle there when it comes to streaming, because I'm not here to spew my political opinions at people. Like, that's for Twitter. And if somebody probably asked, I honestly probably would just tell them I don't really answer questions like that. Usually it's a trap. That's the thing. No matter what you say, it's always a trap. Craft Miner 9000. We love Craft Miner. I'm forced breeding villagers to enslave their babies in my corporate building. Yo, no way, I did that before. It's so much fun. I called it, the Trade Towers. You know, that I felt like that was appropriately named. Okay, how much? Oh boy, I didn't realize just how late it is. I'm hungry. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit off topic. Was there anything else I was supposed to say during that religious conversation we said earlier? I kind of said I'd put a pin in it, but I kind of forgot what it was about. It's probably not important. Well, I shouldn't say it's not important. Because it's important to an extent, but it's not... It's probably not important to the context of the stream, I guess. I don't know. It's fine. Mine is Villager Inc. Very original, I know. Oh no, it's so original, dude. Like, honestly, trademark it. I think you're on a gold mine with that name. Okay, we got several layers to go. It's fine, it's fine. My voice is going away. I'll drink some water. Might rename it to French Ink on behalf of our great future leader, your brother. I don't know if I'd call it him our great future leader, but he is very quite possibly our future leader. You are onto something there. I don't know if I'd go as far as say he's great though. Oh, I'm out of dirt. Oh, lovely. You know, I've had a good time today. Usually talking about politics and religion makes people so angry and so mad. Just having a good time though, man. This has been good. This has been therapeutic to me, because it's like, I don't ever get to say that stuff usually. Like, usually I'm in that group that gets told to sit down. It's not my time. So, this has been nice. It's been very, very nice. Hey, Ranger, welcome on in. Hydrate. Alright, thank you. I will hit that here in a minute. Let me come up here. Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, it sounds like you need to hydrate. I really don't know how this happened so early in the stream. It was like, I felt it before it even happened. Like, I was, right at the beginning of the stream, I said, today already feels like a day I'm gonna lose my voice, and then, like, maybe 20 minutes later, I'm talking like this. Hate those days, yeah. I really need to probably talk to my doctor about it, to be honest, because, like, it's not concerning to me, but it would be nice to just know. You know? Like, they did check my, thyroid, and, by the way, I don't know if I told you guys this. I started taking thyroid medication. It was this small dose, though, so it was like, I don't remember how much it was. And it's basically because my thyroid is, underactive, I think it was, and they're like, that's surprising given, like, your appearance. And I was like, okay, well, like, what do we do about it? So she gave me this medicine. And then, I recently went back and got my lab work done again to see, like, if it's working. It came back, and it was so much higher than what it was. Like, they're like, yeah, no, we need to put you on a higher dose now. And I'm like, okay. Which means I feel really good right now because the medicine's, like, actually at a good dosage level, but, I didn't realize just how bad I was feeling, like, because when you're, like, I just felt like I wasn't sleeping right or something, but no, my thyroid was just completely off. You guys want to hear me say thyroid again? Thyroid. It's a fun word. You guys should say it. And I guess just for context, to anyone who doesn't know what your thyroid is, it's this thing in your throat, like somewhere around here. I think it's right about here anyway. And its job is basically temperature regulation, and it controls your emotions, and because of that, it also controls, like, your energy levels, and it controls your hormones and such. So when it's not working properly, it basically means all those things are thrown off. So Sleep can be pretty tough. You can be very irritable. You could be, you can find yourself getting hot or cold when you shouldn't be. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time thinking. It can also cause that. It can make it harder to think. So it's one of those things where where when it's off, everything is off. Your whole day can be kind of basically ruined. And so mine is I think hypothyroidism. I think that's where it's too high. Yes, homeostasis. Thank you, Raiden. The TSH, yes, TSH levels are too high, and basically, that means my thyroid isn't active enough. And usually, what you'd see in that is weight gain. However, I don't. I'm not. You know, you guys see me. I'm not like big, you know. And so the doctors are kind of like looking at it and going like, yeah, no, we think you might be this. And so when they ran the numbers, it's like, no, you know, it's showing on the other end. And so now they're like concerned that it's swinging the other way around, which is like, okay, that's fun. And that kind of ties all into a lovely little disease called Hashimoto's, which basically is just a thyroid disease, which, as far as I know, isn't really all that treatable besides with medication or surgically removing your thyroid, which is like, yeah, I'm good. I'll take the meds. I did not mean to type in this chat saying that. I was gonna say, I don't know what sounded racist, but I mean, cool. I'm cool with that. Hey Joe, welcome on in. Haven't been in here or in the server in quite a while. Well, you're welcome to join back, Rager, I think, yeah, I think you're able to. I think so. Explains me in a nutshell. I mean, it might be worth it if you can go to the doctor. See if they'll do a thyroid screening. Just kind of tell them, you know, what you've experienced and see like what your options are. Because they weren't even necessarily concerned about my thyroid at first until my mom mentioned family history. And then they were like, well, it's on the top end. Like, I was at the top maximum clip. Top maximum snapshot of, like, what your TSH levels should be. TSH is thyroid stimulant hormones, I think is what it stands for. I can't remember. It's been a while since I took anatomy. But, you know, that is, like... You know, they're like, it's fine. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's not that big of a deal. And then my mom's like, well, let's see what happens. And so they're like, okay. And sure enough, now here I am, and I'm taking a pretty hefty dose of synthetic what is it called? I'll just tell you guys what it's called. It's called levothyroxine. Really long word. When you break it down, I'm sure it makes sense, though. Ayo, let's go. There's a clip. By the way, it's Thunder Ninja. I've been doing a lot and changed my name. Oh, nice. Well, it's good to see you, Thunder. You might have to remind me that a couple of times, but I'll catch on eventually. I'm back, King. My internet died. Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. We're almost done here. Oh man, I'm hungry. Oh, that's another thing. I'm sorry. If you're ever feeling like abnormally hungry, or if in combination with the other things, you're feeling always hungry, or you have a lack of appetite, that can also be caused by a hormone imbalance due to thyroid issues. And the unfortunate thing is, like, the thyroid, like I said, it is a part of so much in your body that you really don't want it to be out of sync, because it'll make you miserable otherwise, pretty much. What's the thyroid? Oh boy, I'm glad you asked. So the thyroid is in your what is it called? Your neck, throat area. And basically it is the thing that controls homeostasis, which is the balance of hormones, and it also, as a byproduct, also controls your temperature. So basically what it does is, you know, it makes sure that you're not like, you're sleepy at the right times, you're hungry at the right times, you're not too hot, you're not too cold, and you know, it makes sure that it also kind of controls your emotions. So when your thyroid is out of whack, basically all those other things are out of whack, and you might not even notice. It's a slow creep up. I didn't notice mine was off until my doctor was like, or my mom said, your number is like right on the borderline. Let's see if they'll like give you a panel on the test. And it actually went up a pretty decent amount, if I remember correctly. Like, it went from being like, what was it? Like, maybe it was at the top end, and it went up by like, I want to say 1 whole point. And then it, between me starting the medicine and now, it went up like a whole other, like, it went from like 6 to 10, I think, so like up 4 points, which is like, whoa, that's big. So yeah, take care of your thyroids. That feels so weird to say. Oh boy. Honestly, that might be quote worthy. If you guys want more information on thyroids, look it up. I'm not a health professional. I took anatomy in high school, and I just have thyroid issues now. Stop with the thyroid. This is the new heart, man. I don't know if you guys remember, but I used to just spit heart facts left, right, and center the entire time we were streaming. Honestly, it's a wonder you guys stuck around, to be entirely honest, because it was bad. But, the thyroid stuff, oh! The thyroid stuff is like, oh boy, that's... It just doesn't sound right. It's a weird word. Hey, Psycho, good to see you. Hey, Mumbo, also good to see you. Did you know if you were going to power a furnace with bamboo, it's more economical to use bamboo planks than just bamboo? I kind of vaguely remember hearing about that, but I never actually tested it or tried it myself. I guess both those words mean the same thing. I'm gonna try to get a couple hours into a stream tonight. I appreciate all the combos we had. I'll probably catch you on stream tomorrow. Alright, sounds good, Frost. Good to see you. Talk to you later, man. Our bodies are so odd. Like, I had an eczema when I was a toddler. Then I had hay fever for like 15 years. Then my eczema came back. Hay fever went away. Oh, dude, that is so weird. Yeah. I hope you're doing a little bit better now. I mean, I know some of that is just kind of like, it is what it is, but, you know, regardless of the fact. Why do you sound like you went through a second puberty? I lost my voice right at the beginning of the stream. I just kind of knew it was coming and I couldn't stop it. Honestly, if my voice sounded like this, like, a lot of the time, when I usually talk, like, when I get to this point when when I can just be quiet, is like this. I wouldn't mind this voice necessarily, because it's not bad. But yeah, it's not awful. But otherwise, I gotta talk in this, like, really irritating voice, like this one, because it's the only way I can actually be loud enough that you guys can hear me comfortably. Otherwise, it kind of turns into ASMR. And I don't know if you guys want cowboy ASMR. But that's what this is. So yeah, you guys can take your pick there, but I think I picked what's better, right? Okay. I got put on steroid cream for eczema and it kind of just despawns instantly. That's awesome. You sound like you're gonna assault someone. I might. I'm a very skilled man with a very specific set of skills. And you know, I feel like I could kill somebody if I so desired. I wouldn't. For legal reasons, I would not. But I probably could. Yes, steroids, love them. Who doesn't? It did suck for 2 months though, because they had to make sure it wasn't gonna get infected, because then the steroid cream would do like harm. Oh, that's not fun. Yeah. I had a recent bout where we weren't sure if I was having eczema or not. I went to my doctor, and they're like, well, did you try like an antifungal cream? It's like, yes. That was like our first stop, you know, like, teenage boy, yeah, let's just make sure it's not a fungus infection. Like, that's pretty par for course for most teenagers, so fair enough. And none of the store stuff works. Well, it turns out the stuff they put in the stores is so incredibly weak. And basically, they just prescribe some stuff now. I haven't gotten to see if it's actually working. I mean, like, it might be, it might not be. It's still there. But they said, like, use it for 2 weeks and see what happens. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll try. But, I don't know. We'll see. I'm not too confident. But it could be eczema, which is like, okay, that'll be fun, I guess. And usually the spots I do get aren't itchy, and they're there for like a couple of days. Sometimes like a week. Maybe a couple of them have lasted a month or two. But usually they're not itchy. But this spot is. So I don't even know if it's the same thing. If it is, cool. I'll have a medicine for it if this works. If it isn't, then, well, I've still got a long road to go for, I guess. I've got to figure out how I'm gonna kind of smooth out the hill a little bit, because it's kind of steep. Although it's not the worst thing in the world for it to be steep. Let's see, bamboo has a burn time of 0.25. Bamboo blocks have 1.5 burn time. Planks are as the same as blocks. So bamboo blocks are 66% as effective as bamboo. But bamboo planks are 50% more effective than bamboo. Okay. That's That's really insane once you stack an auto crafter on top of like a bamboo farm. Like you're gonna be really cooking then. Hiccups, lovely. Okay. Gosh. It was really, really bad at first. Like, my whole right shoulder was red, and it's quite disgusting. But it was at the point where my skin produced so much oil, I would wake up with clothes stuck to me. Ooh. After your eczema, you get used to it. I hope I don't have to. But if I do, like, I'll be looking forward to that 1 year mark, you know? I mean, I'm usually a pretty whatever guy, you know? So I'll probably try to be whatever about that too. I mean, there's just some things you don't whatever your way out of. Doctor said it was the worst case of eczema he had ever seen, which is always fun. Man, you just really had it. Dang. I don't envy you one bit, man. But I guess, you know, it's good that you're at least getting the good medication for it, or at least seemingly so. I think it was both my elbows, both my shoulders, collarbone, and forehead, and like covered. Oh, that's awful, man. I can't imagine like I can imagine, but I know like what I'm imagining isn't even probably close to like how it actually feels, you know. Boy, here we go. Dirt. And just gonna come up here and close this off. Okay, this stuff has to start going. Ah, man. You know, we're almost done here. I'm gonna connect up this bit. Oops. I might have to take those resources to be mine. We'll see. I will say this much. We might be ending soon. Just simply due to the fact that I've kind of done what I set out to do, and it's getting late. It's 12 20 here, and I don't know why I had to think of how to say 20, but I saw, well, it's actually 12:18, but it's really hard to read apparently. Okay. But yeah, that should have us done here at least, which means look at how much we've done just alone there. All that dirt. In fact, let's go ahead and get a screenshot of it now. Just so I don't have to worry about it later. Something like that. There we go. So what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna end here, I think, probably. But let me catch up on chat. So I just Googled it and it wasn't oil, it was this that would happen. Inflammation in your skin, heavy swelling can lead to dilation of the skin's blood vessels. The vessels will then leak serum into your skin's soft tissue, which causes edema or mild inflammation. The serum will also leak onto your skin surface. I've had that happen from like a sunburn, I think. I think that's what it was with serum. Let me double check that. Yes, yes, I've had that happen. So I'm trying to imagine that, but like all over, you know, that, ooh. That's awful, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. That is something I can imagine. That is something I can imagine. I've lived at least part of that. Okay, oh boy. Let me go ahead and read up here. What do we got? I had to sleep shirtless because my PJs would get stuck to me. It was horrible. Okay, so I had weeping eczema. Okay. I'm gonna pretend I know all the other types of eczema, but yeah, no, I can definitely get it, man. I don't like that thought. That feels icky, but like something that you can't even control as well. Like man. That By the way, on the build I sent in chat, tell me if there's anything I can improve on. It's always helpful. Oh yes, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I've got a lot I gotta do on Discord today, but I'm looking forward to it. You guys have been amazing. We are going to end stream. Volth actually just went live. He was here earlier in today's stream, and you know, we talked about all sorts of things, and he's a good guy. So I'd like to go say hello to him and see, you know, what he's up to, and you know, support him as well. So hop in the stream, or hop in the raid, sorry, and meet a cool streamer. He's currently playing a game called Blasphemous. Now, I'm not too familiar with what the game is, other than I know it's a Metroidvania with a lot of lore to it, and you know, I've heard that at least he's saying that this is like one of the few games that like he's, you know, really hooked into it, and he was looking forward to playing this all weekend. So I know he's looking forward to it. Oh yeah, that thing I sent, and just any advice on anything I could do better. All right, will do. I will hopefully get back to you guys sometime tonight. It might be later rather than sooner, but we'll see. Regardless of that, I want to say thank you all for watching and being here. It's meant a lot, and I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure what we're doing tomorrow. It might be MCC Rising practice on MCC Island. It might possibly be Software Inc. I found out what the last couple of achievements I need to do and how to get them. So we'll see. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll catch you later. Good night.